Varadeham Nivasita Niravari Bhava Videham Ujjvala Varana Gauravaradeham Nivasita Niravari Bhava Videham Tribhuvana Pavana Krupaya Lesham Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Gadgaram Tarabhavikaram Durjana Tarjana Nada Vishalam Bhavaya Vajana Karana Karunam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Tarunam Bharathara Charukapolam Indhuvanindita Nakachaya Ruchiram Jalpita Nijaguna Nama Vinodam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Digalitanayana Kamala Jaladaram Bhushana Navarasa Bhava Vikaram Gati Ati Mantara Nritya Vilasam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Chanchala Charu Charana Gati Ruchiram Manjiraram Jitta Pada Juga Madhuram Chandra Vindam Vitta Shitala Varanam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Trichakati Dora Kamandalu Dandam Divyakale Varamundita Mundam Durjana Kalmasha Khandana Dandam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Shachitanayam Bhushana Bhurajal Bhakta Lalita Kampita Gindhara Vara Ruchiram Malayaja Virachita Ujjwalatilakam Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanaya Nindita Aruna Kamaladalanayana Ajadulam Vitta Shri Puja Jugalam Kalevara Kaishora Nartaka Vesham Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanaya Ujjvala Karana Suraparade Nipasita Nirapari Baba Videham Tribhuvana Pavana Kupaya Lesham Tam Pranamami Cha Shri Sachitanaya Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Gaura Hari Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Sachinandana Jaya Gaura Hari Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai Gaur Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaur Haribo. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Viva Vaisesika. Viva Vaisesika, Aloka Pravesha, Nidrachari Uta Jiva. Nidrachari Uta Jiva. Bolo Hari Hari Mukunda Murari Rama Krishna Haya Giva. Nantsinda Vamana Srimad Surana Prajendra Nandana Shama Kaitavashatana Jaya Dasharati Rama Jashoda Dhilala Govinda Gopal Vrindavana Purandara Gopi Priya Jana Radhika Ramana Bhuvana Sundara Gora Para Pankaja Makarande Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande Yadapi Samadhishu Vidhirapi Pashyati Natava Nakabra Marichin Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande Idamichami Shanyatavachuta Tarapi Krita Gutarichi Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande Bhakti-rudam Shakti-yajyapi Madhava Natvai Mama Dila Matri Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande Parameshvara Tathada Pitavadika Durgata Gatana Durgata Gatana Vidatri Durgata Gatana Vidatri Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande Ayama Vilotaya Dhyasanatana Kalita Dutarasabharam Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande Jiva Satu Nityamiham Ritanindati Dindan Madhuri Masaram Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande O Lord Krishna, I offer my obeisances unto you. Please fix my bee-like mind in the nectar of your lotus feet. O Achyuta, although the great Lord Brahma, in his trance of samadhi, is unable to see you, even a particle of the effulgence emanating from the tips of the nails of your lotus feet, still I desire this vision, for I have heard of the wonderful ways of your mercy. O Madhava, although my devotion for you does not come forth even a tiny bit, because you are the Supreme Lord above all. You are the accomplisher of the impossible. O Sanatana, your lotus feet surpass even the nectar of the gods, finding in this lotus flower of your feet the essence of sweetness, which is endowed with truly wonderful mellows. I pray that today the bee of my mind may eternally reside there. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Man Manasa Madhukaram Marpaya. Nijapara Pankaja Makarande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Krishna Deva Bhavantam Vande. Deva Bhavantam Vande. Ishvara Parama Krishna Sakchidananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Taranam Tamshasambhavam Karnikaram Mahadyantam Shakonam Vajrakilakam Shadanga Satpadistanam Prakrita Purushena Cha Premananda Mahananda Dasina Vastitam Hiyat Jyoti Rupena Manuna Kamo Bijena Samgatam Tatkin Chalkam Tadam Shanam Tapatrani Shriyam Api Chaturasram Chatvaritaha Shvetadripakyamadbhutam Chaturasram Chaturmurtesh Chaturdama Chatuskritam Chaturbir Purushartaischa Chaturbir Shrimritam Shulardasha Viranandam Urdvado Jitravikshapi Ashtabir Nidibir Dushtam Ashtabi Siddhivistata Manurupaishta Dashabir Dikpalai Paritovrtam Shamok Sharoktaischa Shuklaischa Parshadarshabai Kshogyan Chapidistabir Adbhuta Bisamantataha Nam Jyotirmayo Deva Sarananda Paratpara Atmarama Tasyasti Prakritya Sanasamagama Mayaya Ramamanasya Naviyogastaya Saha Atmana Ramayareme Tekvakalam Sushikshaya Niyati Sarama Devi Tatpriya Tadvasham Tada Dalingam Bhagavan Shampur Jyoti Rupa Sanatanaha Ya Yoni Sa Parashakti Kamo Bhijam Mahaddare Linga Yonyatmika Jata Ima Maheshwari Praja Shaktiman Purusha Soyam Lingarupi Maheshwaraha Tasmin Avirabhu Linge Mahavishnu Jagatpatihi Sahasra Shirsha Purushaha Sahasraksha Sahasrapat Sahasrabahur Vishvatma Sahasramsha Sahasrasu Narayana Sabhagavan Apastasmat Sanatanat Avirasit Karanonau Niti Sankarshanatmakaha Yoga Nidram Katastasmin Sahasram Swayam Mahan Tadroma Vilajaleshu Bijam Sankarshanasya Cha Haimanyandari Jatani Mahabhuta Vratani Tu Pratyandam Evamekam Shad Ekam Shad Vishati Swayam Sahasramurtha Vishvatma Mahavishnu Sanatanaha Vaman Gad Asrajat Vishnum Dakshinan Gat Prajapatim Jyotilinga Mayam Shambhum Karchadeshad Avasrajat Ankarat Makam Vishvam Tasmat Etad Vyajayata Atataistri Vidharvesher Leelan Mudvahata Kila Yoga Nidra Bhagavati Tasya Shir Iva Sangata Shikshayam Tato Nabhes Tasya Padmam Vanirya Yao Tannalam Hema Nalinam Brahmano Lokumadbhutam Tadvani Purvarudhani Karanani Parasparam Samavaya Prayogacha Viminani Pratak Pratak Chikchaksha Sajjamanota Bhagavan Adipurushaha Yo Jayan Maya Ya Devo Yoga Nidram Kalpayat Yo Jayitva Tutanyeva Pravivesha Swayam Guham Guham Pravishte Tasmimstu Jivatma Pratibhudyate Sanityo Nitya Sambandha Prakritischa Paraivasa Evam Sarvatma Sambandham Nabhyam Padmam Harirabhut Tatra Brahmad Bhavad Bhuyash Chaturvedi Chaturmukha Sanit Shaktya Tatkalam Kilachoditaham Sushikshayam Batim Chakre Purva Samskara Samskritaha Dadarsha Kevalam Dvantam Nanyada Shajadha Uvacha Purutas Tasmai Tasya Divya Saraswati Kama Krishnaya Govinda Hey Gopi Jani Ityapi Balabhaya Priyavanir Mantram Te Dasati Priyam Hastam Tapa Etena Tava Siddhir Bhavishyati Atate Pe Sasuchiram Prinan Govindam Avyayam Shweta Dvipa Patim Krishnam Golokastam Paratparam Prakritya Gunarupinya Rupinya Paripasitam Sahasradala Sampande Koti Kinjalka Brimhite Bhumis Chintamani's Tatra Karnikare Mahasane Samasinam Chidanandam Jyoti Rupam Sanatanam Shabda Brahmam Bayam Venum Varayantam Bukham Buje Hasini Valas Swarshar Amshar Abhishtutam Atha Venu Naradasya Traimuti Maigadihi Spuranti Praviveshashu Mukhabjani Swayambhuvaha Gayatrim Gayatas Tasmad Adigatya Sarojitaha Samgitascha Gununa Vijatam Magamattata Traya Prabhudata Vidhir Vignata Tatvasagara Tushtava Vedasarena Stotrenanena Keshavam Chintamani Prakadasadmasukalpa Vriksha Laksha Vriteshu Surabira Vipalayantam Lakshmi Sahasra Shatasambrama Sevyamanam Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Venum Kvanantam Adavindandalaya Taksham Bharavatam samasitam Buddha sundarangam Kandarpakoti kamaniya vishesha shobham Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Alola chandra kalasadvana malya vamshi Ratnangadam pranayakeli kalavilasham Shyamam tribangalalitam niyata prakasham Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Angani yassa sakalendriya vrittimanti Pashanti panti kalayanti chiram jaganti Ananda chinmaya sadujvala vigrahasya Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Advaitam achutam anadim anantarupam Adyam purana purusham navayauvanam cha Vedeshu dulam amadhulam amatma bhaktau Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami Pantastu koti shatavatsara sambragamyo Vayodadhapi manaso munipungavanam Sopyasti yaprapadasimya vichintya tattve Govindamari purusham tamaham bhajami Ekopyasaura charitum jagadanda kotyam Yachshaktirasti jagadanda chayaya dantaha Antantarasta paramanu chayantarastam Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami Yadbhava bhavitadiyo manujastataiva Samprapya rupa mahima shayanana bhusha Suktadyameva nigama pratitaistuvanti Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami Ananda chinmaya rasa pratibhavitabis Tabirya eva nujarupataya kalabhi Goloke eva nivasatya kilatma bhuto Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami Premanjana chudita bhakti vilochanena Santaksadeva hridayeshu vilokayanti Yam shama sundaram achintya gunaswarupam Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami Ramadi muti shukalani amena tishtan Nanavataram akaro bhuvaneshu kintu Krishna swayam samabhavat parama pumanyo Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami Prabha prabhavato jagadanda koti Koti shashesha vasudari vibhuti dinam Tad brahma nishkalam anantam ashesha bhutam Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami Yasha jagananda shute Traigunyatat vishaya veda vitayamana Sattva-valambi parasattvam vishuddha sattvam Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami Chinmaya rasatmataya manasu Ya praninam pratipalam smaratam upetya Lilayatena bhuvanani jayatya jasram Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami Golokanamni nijadani taletatasya Devi mahesha haridama suteshu teshu Dete prabhava nichaya vihitashayena Govindamadi purusham tamaham bhajami Shrishti Stiti Pralaya Sarana Shakti Reka Chaye Vayasya Bhuvanani Viparati Durga Ichanurupam Api Yasya Chacheshta Tesa Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Shiram Yatadadvikara Vishesha Yoga Sanjayate Nahitata Pratakyasti Heto Yasham Bhutam Apitata Samupaiti Karyad Govindamari Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Diparcha eva hidashantanam abhyupetya Dipayate pravata hetu samana dharma Yastadrakeva hicha vishnu chaya vibhati Govindamadi purusham dhamaham bhajami Yakarnarnava jale bhajati sma yoga Nidramananta jagadanda satoma kupaha Adhara shaktim avalamya param samurtim Govindamadi purusham dhamaham bhajami Yashaika nishvasitakala matabalamya Jivanti loma vilaja jagadandanata Vishnur Mahansa Ihayasya Kala Vishesho Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Adpanyatasma Sakaleshu Nijeshu Teja Sriyam Kiya Prakatayata Pitadvadatra Brahmaya Esha Jagadanda Vidhana Karta Govindamadi Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Yat Pada Pallava Yukam Vinitaya Kumbha Kandesham Nama Samaye Saganadi Raja Vignan Vihantam Alamasya Jagatrayasya Govindamadi Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Agnir Mahi Ganganamamu Murudishascha Kalastatatma Manasiti Jagatrayani Yasmad Bhavanti Vibhavanti Vishanti Yamsha Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Yatshakshire Sasavita Sakala Grahanam Raja Samasta Suramuti Rashesha Tejaha Yasyagnaya Brahmati Samrata Kala Chakro Govindamadi Purusham Tamaham Bhajami Dharmo Tapapa Nichaya Shrutayastapamsi Brahmadi Kita Pataka Vadayascha Jivaha Yadatra Matra Vibhava Prakata Prabhava Govindamadi Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Yaswindra Kopamata Mahosakarma Bandharu Rupa Palabhajana Matanoti Karmani Nirdahati Kintu Cha Bhakti Bhajam Govindamadi Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Yam Krodha Kama Sahaja Pranayari Piti Vatsalya Moha Guru Gaurava Sevya Bhavai Sanchintya Tassa Sadrishim Tanuma Purete Govindamadi Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Govindamadi Purusham Dhamaham Bhajami Sri Akanta Kanta Parama Purusha Kalpataravo Tuma Bhumishchintamani Ganamayi Toyam Amritam Kataganam Natyam Gamanam Apipam Shri Priyasaki Chidanandam Jyoti Paramabhitarasvadyam Apicha Sayatra Shirabdhi Sravati Surabhibhyasya Sumahan Nimeshardhyakyo Vabhratati Nahi Atrapi Samayaha Pache Shweta Dvipam Tamaham Iha Golokamitiyam Vidantaste Shantakshiti Viralachara Kadipaye Ato Vacha Mahavishnur Bhagavantam Prajapatim Brahman Mahatma Vijnane Prajasarge Chichinmati Pancha Shloki Mimam Vidyam Pachadattvam Nibodhame Prabhude Jnana Bhakti Vyam Mayananda Chinmayi Ude Tunatama Bhaktir Bhagavat Prema Lakshana Pramanes Tatsaracharais Tarabhyase Nirantaram Bodhayanatmanatmanam Bhaktimapyutamam Labed Yasya Shreyaskaram Nasti Yaya Nivritumapnuyat Yasarayati Mameva Bhaktim Tameva Sadayed Karamamanyan Varityaja Mamekam Bhaja Vishwasan Yadrishi Yadrishi Shadha Siddhir Bhavati Tadrishi Kurvan Nirantaram Karma Loko Yamanavartate Tenaiva Karmanadhyayam Mamparam Bhaktimikshati Aham hi Vishwasya Charasharasya Vijam Pradhanam Prakriti Pumamsha Maya hitam teja idam vibarshi Vide videhi tvamato jaganti Ishvara Parama Krishna Sakchirananda Vigraha Anadiradir Govinda Sarvakarana Karanam Sri Brahma Sanhita Sampurnam Hari Om Shri Shri Radhamadan Mohan Ji Ki Jai. Hare Krishna.
Would you like me to left or right? And then, I think left is good. Left. Radha Madhava Jaya Kunda Bihari
Jaya Radha Madhava Jaya Kunja Bihari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Gopi Jana Vallabha Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Jashodanandana Jaya Vraja Janaranjana Jaya Jashodanandana Jaya Vraja Janaranjana Jaya Jamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Girivaradhari Jaya Jamuna Tiravanachari Jaya Girivaradhari Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai go Haribo, 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 Nitai go Haribo. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Devim Saraswatim Vyasam Tato Jayamudiraye. Today we'll be reading from the Srimad Bhagavatam. The verse is Naishati tushaha shunvam taktodam apipadate pibantantan kambojam chutam harikatamritam. This verse is about the fasting of Maharaj Parikshit. I thought you'd like to hear a verse like that today. Om Jnanatimidandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurundilatam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Chaitanya Manohishtam Stapitam Nena Bhutale Sayam Rupa Kadatmaya Dharati Swapadantikam Vandeham Shri Guru Shri Uta Padakamalam Shri Guru Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Sadvajutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padam Sahagana Lalita Shri Veshakanditamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindho Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Rishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Vancha Kalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhupya Evacha Patitanam Bhavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhara Shiva Sari Gaura Bhaktivinoda Nitai Namineche Namirhate Shadamulye Nam Dite Chere Nitai Namineche Namirhate Shadamulye Nam Dite Chere Nitai Namineche Namirhate Shadamulye Nam Dite Chere. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We'll be reading from 10th Canto, 1st chapter, text number 13, please. Welcome, everybody, to Janmashtami at ISKCON of Silicon Valley. Thanks for joining us online and for driving all the way over here to take part in person. Anyone who comes to Janmashtami is a great soul. Who else but a great soul would want to come and see Krishna for any reason? In the Gita, Krishna says, Chaturvida bhajante mam jana sukrituna arjuna arto jignas artarti jnanicha bharatarshava. 4 kinds of very pious people come and see me. Those who are in need of wealth, those who are in distress, those who are jnanis, and those who are in knowledge of the absolute truth. All of them are great souls, Krishna says. So this verse today we can chant a few times. Naishati dusaha shunman Tyaktodam apibhadate Pibantan tan mukam bhoja Chutam harikatamritam. Would somebody else like to chant? Naishati dusaha shunmam Taktodam apibhadate
Pibantam tvan mukam bhoja.
Pibantan tan mukam bhoja
Chutam harikatamritam.
Chutam harikatamritam.
Naishati dussahakshunmam
Naishati dusaha shunmam
Tyaktodam apibhadate
Taktodam apibhadate
Pibantam tvan mukham bhoja
Pibantan tan mukam bhoja
Chutam hari katamritam
Chutam harikatamritam.
Naishad duhasasakshunmam
Naishati dusaha shunmam
Tyaktodam apibhadate
Taktodam apibhadate
Pibhantam tvan mukam bhoja
Pibantan tan mukam bhoja
Achyutam harikatamrutam.
Chutam harikatamritam.
Naishati dussahakshunmam
Naishati dusaha shunmam
Tyaktodam apibhadate
Taktodam apibhadate
Pibantam tvan mukam bhoja
Pibantan tam mukam bhoja
Chutam harikatamritam.
Chutam harikatamritam. Na, not. Esha, all this. Ati dusaha, extremely difficult to bear. Shut, hunger. Mam, unto me. Tyakva udam, even after giving up drinking water. Api, also. Bhadate, does not hinder. Pibantam, while drinking. Tvat mukha ambuja chutam, emanating from your lotus mouth. Harikatha amritam, the nectar of topics concerning Krishna. Translation: because of my vow, on the verge of death, I have given up even drinking water. Yet because I am drinking the nectar of topics about Krishna, which is flowing from the lotus mouth of your lordship, my hunger and thirst, which are extremely difficult to bear, cannot hinder me. Did I put a chair over here for Giriraj Swami? Because he's going to come in any minute. Purport. To prepare to meet death in 7 days, Maharaj Parikshit gave up all food and drink. As a human being, he was certainly both hungry and thirsty, and therefore Shukadeva Goswami might have wanted to stop narrating the transcendental topics of Krishna. But despite his fast, Maharaj Parikshit was not at all fatigued. The hunger and thirst from my fast do not disturb me, he said. Once when I was I felt very thirsty, I went to the ashrama of Samika Muni to drink water, but the Muni did not supply it. I therefore wrapped a dead snake over his shoulder, and that is why I was cursed by the Brahmana boy. Now, however, I am quite fit. I'm not at all disturbed by my hunger and thirst. This indicates that although on the material platform there are disturbances from hunger and thirst, on the spiritual platform there is no such thing as fatigue. The entire world is suffering because of spiritual thirst. Every living being is Brahman, or spirit soul, and needs a spiritual food to satisfy his hunger and thirst. Unfortunately, however, the world is completely unaware of the nectar of Krishna Katha. The Krishna consciousness movement is therefore a boon to philosophers, religionists, and people in general. There is certainly a charming attraction in Krishna and Krishna Katha. Therefore, the absolute truth is called Krishna, the most attractive. The word Amrita is also an important reference to the moon, and the word Ambuja means lotus. The pleasing moonshine and pleasing fragrance of the lotus combined to bring pleasure to everyone hearing Krishna Katha from the mouth of Shukadeva Goswami. As it is said, Matirna Krishne Paratak Sotova Mito Pipadyete Graha Vratanam Adanta Gobir Vishatam Mishram Punak Punascharvita Charvananam. Because of their uncontrolled senses, persons too addicted to materialistic life make progress toward hellish conditions and repeatedly chew that which has already been chewed. Their inclinations towards Krishna are never aroused, either by the instructions of others, by their own efforts, or by a combination of both. Bhagavatam 7.530. At the present moment, all of human society is engaged in the business of chewing the chewed. Punak punas charvita charvananam. People are prepared to undergo mrityu samsara varatmani, taking birth in one form, dying, accepting another form, and dying again. But you are all not prepared to accept that, right? Correct. We won't take it anymore. To stop this repetition of birth and death, Krishna Katha, or Krishna consciousness, is absolutely necessary. But unless one hears Krishna Katha from a realized soul like Shukadeva Goswami, one cannot relish the nectar of Krishna Katha, which puts an end to all material fatigue, and enjoy the blissful life of transcendental existence. In relation to the Krishna consciousness movement, we actually see that those who have tasted the nectar of Krishna Katha lose all material desires, whereas those who cannot understand Krishna or Krishna Katha regard the Krishna conscious life as brainwashing and mind control. While the devotees enjoy spiritual bliss, the non-devotees are surprised that the devotees have forgotten material hankerings. Yes?
We are all forced to go through that Mrityu Samsara Vartmani, right, Prabhu? Why is Prabhupada saying that preparing? Just left the sentence. People are prepared to undergo Mrityu Samsara Vartmani, taking birth in one form, dying, accepting another form and dying again. We are not
What does prepare
forced.
mean? Please. Look up the word prepare and we'll tell you.
Prepare is a verb. Make something ready for use or consideration.
Make something ready for use or consideration. And where does it come from? The root word.
It comes from Latin, pray, which means before,
What?
and pray,
Pray?
P-R-A-E.
P-R-A-E. Okay.
And Latin, parare, make ready.
Parare.
And French, préparer. And then it becomes Middle English.
To
prepare.
make ready. Is that what those words mean?
Make ready and before.
To make ready and before. To make ready before. So it means well, first of all, we have our own volition. We're not dead stones. And therefore the statement is not inordinate that we're preparing, because as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita to Arjuna, yatechasita ta kuru. Now do what you like to do. I've given you the instruction, now it's up to your decision what you want to do with it. And in the Gita also, Krishna says, nakartvitam karmani lokasya srijati prabho. That I'm not the one who's forcing you to stay in the material world. Rather, there's the volition of the living entity, and how am I preparing myself? Because I'm interacting with the three modes of material nature. Purusha prakritisto hi bhunte prakriti jan gunan karanam gunasangosya sarasad yoni janmasu. Because the way I'm associating myself in this world is preparing me for various situations in my next life. And therefore, Prabhupada puts it like that each person is preparing him or herself for next life. Of course, it may be knowingly or unknowingly. Most people it's unknowing because they're not aware of the fact that they're the architects of their own future. And this is something Krishna mentions in the Bhagavad Gita. Yatanto yoginas chayanam pasyantyatman yavastitam yatanto pyakritatmano nainam pasyantya chetasaha. Everyone okay? Okay. That yatanto yoginas chayanam. He says the yogis, like y'all, are preparing themselves to leave the body. And he says, however, those who don't prepare themselves, they just go on with trying to do what Prahlad Maharaj says, punak punas charvita charvananam. They tried it before. Have you ever had this happen? You tried something, it really didn't work out, and like some kind of sense gratification, and then you walked away in disgust, and later on you came back and said, well, maybe it's all right. I'll try it one more time. That's what Prahlad Maharaj is saying everyone's doing. Punak punas charvita charvananam. Again and again, they're trying to taste that thing. They've already tasted and spit out, but they're taking it again and again. And so a person who's in ignorance doesn't know a superior taste, and therefore is forced by the modes of material nature to take the sense gratification again and again, which is like poison. But in the ultimate perspective of our existence here in the material world, we're the ones who are preparing ourselves for it. So we have to become responsible. That's a happy day when somebody decides that I'm not going to participate and I'm going to make myself available to Krishna for his service. I'll take his advice to surrender to him so that I can be freed up to do service for Krishna rather than serving my senses again and again. Patanjali says in the Yoga Sutras that the way we develop a next body is by the impressions we're taking into our chitta, the mind and the intelligence and the ego combinedly are called the chitta. And when we interact with the three modes of material nature, there is a consequence. There are impressions called samskars, which are recordings of my interaction with various objects of the senses in this world. And when I leave the body, the aggregate of those impressions comes to bear. Whatever subject matter one's attached to at the time of death will determine the next life. On yang vapi smaran bhavam tajatyante kalevaram tam evaiti konteya sadatad bhava bhavita. Bharat Maharaj was so absorbed in thinking of a deer when he left his body that he took the birth of a deer in his next life. Just as Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, whatever it is you're absorbed in, whatever your bhava is. And so Patanjali puts it that our next body gets filled in according to the impressions we have now in our minds, in our chitta. And just as when you walk on wet sand, and then you look back, you'll see your clear footprints. And then if you pour some plaster of Paris and then let it harden, you'll have a perfect mold of your foot. Right? In the same way, we have created our own body before we leave this body by the impressions we have now. And material nature just accommodates us and fills in those impressions with the next body. And here it is. Ta-da! This is our prarabdha, or our fully manifest karma from our last life. And now, in my mind, I'm carrying the impressions which will be the blueprint for the next body. Therefore, one has to overwrite these samskars that have become so prevalent here in the material world, association with the three modes of material nature. People become attached to the mode of tamas, or rajas, or sattva. But devotional service is not attached to any of these modes, and that's why King Parikshit can actually rise above what most people can't tolerate even for a half a day, which is not eating and drinking. Not that many people appreciate that. I mean, appreciate fasting. Not that it's our topmost practice. However, it does give us an opportunity to look in and see that I'm not my body. Why was he not agitated by thirst? Most people are agitated by thirst when they're fasting. Chutam harikatamritam. He was already drinking something else. Pibantam tvam bukamboja. Chutam. Chutam means to fall. Chuta. So something's falling from the mouth of Shukadeva Goswami that's nourishing him. He's not eating, he's not sleeping, but how is he being sustained? Chutam harikatamritam. Harikata is amritam. It's the best beverage. And if you can learn to drink that, then you can rise above the three modes of material nature. So the Bhagavatam, in the outset of the 10th canto, is recommended for those who no longer have a taste for dry material things or the temporary world. Nivritta tarsher upagiyamana bhavavsharach chotra mano birama ka uttama shloka gunanavadat puman virajeta vina pashugnat. Means, as Shukadeva Goswami says, this is a medicine. Bhava, as we heard yesterday, ashaudi. Bhava ashaudi means It's a medicine for bhava. And bhava means pa, ma. Pavarga. Pa means you have to work hard. If you hang out with Krishna, he doesn't work. He didn't have to either. Because that's why he has a flute, Prabhupada said. He said, what's with the flute, somebody said. Prabhupada said it means all play and no work. Even going out, somebody could say he's taking the cows out. But Nanda Maharaj is wealthy. He could hire somebody to take the cows out. Krishna says, this is my dharma, to take care of the cows. And after he gets out away from the house, he's thanking the cows for giving him an excuse to go out and meet his friends and the gopis in Vraj. But he doesn't have to work, so he's got bare feet. You ever show up to an interview with bare feet? I tried going to high school with bare feet in my junior year, and they wouldn't let me. Had to wear at least flip-flops. So Shukadeva Goswami, he's not only got bare feet, he has no clothes. He's done with it all. We just read yesterday in Giriraj Maharaj's new book, Prabhupada in 1977 was speaking about how he said, I've been through all these phases of life. I've seen it all. He said, I'm niskinchana. I don't want anything more of this material world. So that's what the Bhagavatam, that's who the Bhagavatam's meant for. Nivritta tarsher upagiyamana bhavavsharach chotra manobirama. So those who don't have a thirst for material things, because they have a higher taste, or they've realized that the material world is a futile, sense gratification is futile, and therefore they're ready to get a higher taste. So nivrittarsharupagiyamana bhavavsharach chotramanobirama, the beautiful sounds of the Bhagavatam, which are the pastimes of Krishna. When Vyasadeva first compiled the Puranas, he had a summary of the Bhagavat Purana called the Bhagavat Purana. But then he was chastised by his spiritual master, Narada. Hare Krishna. Who said that what you've done is jugupsitam. It's abominable. Because you haven't specifically told about the pastimes of Krishna in the spiritual world. And therefore, people just use them as an excuse for more sense gratification. So he told them to go into trance of samadhi, go into samadhi. And he did, and he realized the pastimes of Krishna and his samadhi bhashya, his speech, after seeing directly the pastimes of Krishna, is there in the 10th canto, what we're starting with here. It's the amended summary that he had originally done, and now it became the Srimad Bhagavatam, when he put in the realization of Krishna in the spiritual world with his associates. And so this book is known to attract the minds of those even who are above the three modes of material nature. Atmaramash chamunayo nigranta apyarukrame. Means that Shukadeva Goswami was attracted to the Srimad Bhagavatam even though he wasn't into shoes or clothes or anything else to do with the material world. He was completely niskinchana. So much so that when he left home, he went by a kopur. And there were young women bathing there, and they saw him walk by, but they didn't bother to get up and get dressed because they just sensed right away that he doesn't even see us. But when Srila Vyasadeva, who was chasing after him, came behind, they all jumped up and put on their cloth. And so this goes to the description of the person who's eligible to hear the Srimad Bhagavatam, where the nature of Shukadeva Goswami was that he was completely detached from the world altogether. But as Narada says to Vyasadeva, even if somebody is completely detached from the material world and working here for some kind of gain, Naishkarmyam apyachuta bhava varjitam nashobhate jnanam alam niranjanam kutak panash shashvara bhadramishvare nacharpitam karma yadapyakaranam. He said, that platform is not very nice. It doesn't look good at all to real transcendentalists. Even I'm totally detached, I'm not interested in the material world altogether. Even I'm disgusted with it, and I've stopped any kind of endeavor for sense gratification. He said, that's not such a big deal. And nashobhate jnanam alam niranjanam. It doesn't look good. What to speak of fruitive activities, which are for foolish people who want to become more and more entangled. So Shukadeva Goswami heard the Bhagavatam and then became transformed. So the Bhagavatam is called Nirgrantha. It's not really a book. It's not a grantha. Nirgrantha means it's transcendental to all books. It's transcendental to all topics in the material world. And the topic that's topmost is about Krishna and his pastimes in the spiritual world. So that's one of the reasons that Krishna takes birth in this world. It's to give the opportunity for those who are in darkness of the material world and don't know anything but sense gratification to verify, yes, there is a God. Of course, if anyone just was careful to study the history of philosophy, because if you don't study history, then what happens? What's the admonition? What's an admonition? Huh? You know what an admonition is? Can you look it up? For 50 points, admonition. Does anybody know? A warning?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear it.
So admonish is a verb. It's to warn or reprimand someone firmly. And so it came from Middle English admonest, which means to urge or exhort. And then
Means what?
Means to urge or exhort.
Oh.
And then it went from Old French admonister, and then, yeah.
Thank you. Admonition. To admonish somebody. To warn them. So what's the warning about those who don't study history? Right. You to say it in the way.
They'll commit the same mistakes.
They're doomed to repeat it. If you don't study it, then you'll just do the same things everybody else has done. That's part of punak punas charvita charvananam. I mean, every civilization has done the same thing, and they've ended up in the same place. So then, dum-dee-dum-dee-dum, we're America. These colors don't run. And, oh, Canada, do-do-do-do, blah, blah, blah. And next thing you know, the whole thing's a shambles and it all falls apart and everyone's like, what happened? Punak punas charvita charvananam. You didn't read your history book, sir. Hiranyakashipu, he was the most dedicated politician who ever lived, and he got smashed. And Prahlad Maharaj in his prayer says, hey, if he can get smashed, I'm not interested in the material world. So the the history of philosophy, even the great philosophers of yore, and even in present time, in studying, actually there was a marriage of reason and theology at one point. In fact, the pinnacle of philosophical thought was considered to be one's coming to understand that there is a prime mover in the world. There is a God. So there's a prime mover, and that to understand, logically, to understand there is a supreme that's moving everything. Since reason and science, or theology and science and reason together have been divorced, now you get all kinds of erroneous information about how we're just all materialistic. There's nothing but material in the world, but it's unsupportable. And it's actually a fallacy. Just making the statement that there is no God is consummate. Will that word work for you there? Anyone? Consummate? Please look it up.
Consummate. Oh, 1 second. I think I.
It's very much like saying, if I was to sit here and say, I have no tongue. Does that make sense? Why not? It's self-contradictory. Wrong word. Something's equal.
Maharaj, I think it's make a marriage or relationship complete by having sexual intercourse.
That's not the one. That's consummate. Huh? Anyway, we'll look up another word. So, the culture of the Bhagavat is to overcome the Brahm, or the cognitive error that takes place from a conditioned soul who tries to understand his or her position in the material world through mental speculation. And so this gives great relief to the conditioned soul. It's like Amrita. For those who become frustrated in the material world, or who have received mercy from a great soul, and therefore have a desire to understand God. For them, hearing the Srimad Bhagavatam is like nectar. So Shukadeva Goswami was in the position of an Atmarama, and when he heard the Srimad Bhagavatam, then he became attracted, because it's not part of the world. It's nirgrantha. It's transcendental to this world. So this is why Parikshit Maharaj, now in the last days of his life, he's sitting and listening to Bhagavatam, fasting. He's not sleeping either, which is a miracle, because sleep may be one of the most powerful forces in this world. No one can overcome it, except somebody who's become completely transcendental to the material body. Otherwise, I want my creature comforts as soon as possible. And as soon as I scale them back, even by 2 minutes, or 2 tablespoons less than I ate yesterday, then my stomach complains, my mind wants to sleep, and I'll make up for it next time by eating 10 times as much and sleeping like a bear. But we find here Parikshit Maharaj is not tired. He's sincerely stating this, that I'm not tired and I'm not thirsty. And it's amazing because most people, and in most circumstances, I would be thirsty, hungry. Ordinary people would want to eat right now and drink something and let me take a little rest. But he says, I'm not at all tired or sleepy. And he remembers his plight in the material world, the mistake he made when he did become hungry or thirsty. And he hung the snake around the neck of Shamika Rishi. And then he got cursed by Shringi. He said, oh, this person should die in 7 days. So Parikshit Maharaj is thinking back that I got thirsty before, seemingly an affliction by the three modes of material nature, but he says, now I'm not interested anymore. And also I see what that kind of interaction with the material world got me into. Lined me up for death. So the Bhagavatam is the medicine to overcome the modes of material nature that are ingrained in my consciousness and in every cell on my body. And one has to then become purified by the process of devotional service throughout a lifetime in order to come to the position of Parikshit Maharaj, fully attentive to hearing Krishna Katha, drinking it like nectar. Chutam Harikatamritam. It's amrita, and it's sustaining my life. I'm drinking it as if it's the most nectarian beverage there is. Nigama kalpatara galitam palam shuka mukharamrita drava samyutam pibhata bhagavatam amrita samyutam mahuraho rasika bhuvi bhavuka. It's poetically saying that you should drink the Bhagavatam like this. It's an intoxicant. It's legal though. You drink it, and it's already digested fully. The revelation is coming down perfectly adjusted for us, and it's been tasted by the great souls. And so hearing this is like drinking nectar. So you drink it, you become intoxicated by it, you fall down faint out of ecstasy. And then what do you do when you get back up again? You drink some more. That's why we do this all the time. We have, we constantly are hearing and chanting because we're learning to drink that nectar and to appreciate it. So Krishna appears in the world. Actually, he doesn't appear. He does and he doesn't. Because the sweetness of Krishna's pastimes in the Vraj is actually Janmashtami. Janma means birth. We hear Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, Janma, Mrityu Jara Vyadhi. And we talk about Avirbhav, which means somebody appeared, which is the kind of nice way of saying, well, they weren't really born like other people. They appeared here. But Krishna appears in Mathura because he comes as Vasudeva Krishna. But he's actually born in Vraj, like a normal child. It's when Vasudeva brings Krishna from the prison house to the Vraj that Vasudeva Krishna merges into the body of Swayam Bhagavan Krishna. Of course, all the different incarnations are there within the body of Krishna. Eti chamsha kala pumsam Krishnastu Bhagavan Swayam. Indrari vyakulam lokam hridayanti yuge yuge. And Ramadi Murti Shukala Niyame Nitishtan. All the incarnations of the Lord are all within the body of Krishna, but he's the original. All others are his expansions. So that's who takes actual birth in the Braj. To enjoy the relationship with his devotees in Vraj. like a little child. And so, simultaneously, Krishna, by doing that, shows himself to all of us. And then says, if you just hear this, hear about my birth and my activities. Janma, karma, chame divyam. Evam yo veti tatvata. Tyakvadeham punarjanma naiti mam eti sorjana. You also become indemnified from the effects of the material world. You get that one? Indemnified? So the Janmashtami is important for us to imbibe the story, to drink in. Imbibe means to drink. And just by doing that and developing a taste for it, we become transcendental to the material modes of nature, and also we don't take birth again in the material world. We go back home, back to Godhead. Let's hear what it means.
So indemnify is a verb, and it means to compensate someone for harm or loss.
Anything else?
And so it comes from early 17th century. It's from Latin indemnis, which is unhurt, free from loss or damage, and damnum, loss and damage.
Okay. We don't get smashed by the modes of material nature if we're fortified by the process of Krishna consciousness. So now we'll take a few reflections or questions from the verse or purport, or from anything else from the monologue so far.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna.
Thank you for mentioning that section on the history of philosophy. I think that it could be used very strongly for Krishna consciousness. And one thing I was just thinking about is even after like the flood of reason and its divorce from theology, one of the first things that happened was the building of the Temple of Reason in France. So there is still an idea of godhood. It's just they can't handle an idea of a personal God. It becomes an ideal, like reason or something like that. So I was just thinking, even within that, they can't deny the existence of a higher power.
Yeah. There are very good ways to speak the language of science and to help others come to the conclusion of not just an impersonal or amorphous supreme, but actually a person, because intelligence means a person. There are various ways in which scientists describe the forces of the world that are interacting with one another and maintaining the world, so to speak. But none of them make sense when they're divorced from a prime mover. There have been some attempts at describing a way in which, for instance, the material nature just goes on by itself, describing entropy and how one energy system begins to collapse and then it regathers somewhere else, just like here in the Bay Area, you get the heat you get the cool from the ocean blows in one place. There are pockets of depression that the air moves into. And therefore, they posit that there's a way in which the material nature, it's circular, it's just moving by itself because of natural forces. But this isn't really possible at all, even according to material science, because ultimately in keeping something in motion, there has to be a prime mover. Like if you take trains, for instance, and they come through the station, you'll notice there's always an engine there somewhere. Of course, the other cars are moving, but they're being impelled to move because there's a prime mover. Some of you say, well, it's all circular, but if you put trains in a circle and you push them, they're going to sooner or later stop because there's no prime mover. So there has to be a person, or there has to be a force behind it. But the Bhagavata, as Prabhupada mentions in his preface or introduction, it gives all the evidence through which one can defeat the materialistic idea that we're just chemicals. There's nothing to life except for just materialistic thinking and living for the senses. Yes.
So Prabhu, before Parikshit Maharaj was born, his mom prayed and he was protected within his womb. But it proves that he must have been an exalted soul. But somehow, as Parikshit Maharaj himself is saying, he becomes overcome by thirst and he did all these things. And then by hearing Bhagavatam, he became more exalted by the purity of his consciousness. But still, even though he became so purified and exalted, Krishna let the snake bite him anyways. Although when he was in the beginning, he went and did so much work within his womb also to protect him. So how do we understand this? Because sometimes Krishna lets us die, sometimes he protects. So how does that work? Does this depend on our consciousness? Or?
Well, we never die. And as Maharaj was pointing out yesterday, protection doesn't necessarily mean protection of the body. But Krishna says in the Bhagavad Gita, Neha bikramanashosti pratyavayo navidyate solpamapya siddharmasya trayate mahato bhayat. And even if you make a little advancement in the path of devotional service, then that's never lost. That's the greatest protection plan that you can have. Generally, in the material world, everything we do to protect ourselves, Shukadev Goswami says that this is fallible soldiers. We make all kinds of plans here to protect our assets, like insurance, for instance. You have to have insurance on everything. Just want to drive the car down the street. Which policy would you like to get from here to down to the corner? Then you have to put insurance on your house because it could burn down. A lot of houses burn down, or they get flooded and washed away. So you got to have something to protect yourself. But ultimately, none of those policies ever work because the end result is that it all gets destroyed. So Krishna's protection is that he keeps us under his shelter. Samashritaye parapalava plavam mahat param punya yasho marare bhavam budir vatsa padam param padam padab yad vipadam natesham. Try that again. Samashritaye parapalava plavam mahat param punya yasho marare bhavam budir vatsa padam param padam yad vipadam natesham. The material world is vipadam. Means a danger at every step. Any step I take, something bad can happen. If I was just minding my own business, I stepped in the wrong place and stepped in a hole. Vipadam. But Krishna is the shelter of the whole universe. Samasritaye parapalava plavam. He's protecting all living entities, but especially those who take shelter of him. And so the devotee takes shelter of Krishna rather than the material cosmos, which is vipadam. There's a danger at every step. So Krishna's protection is that we never lose our connection with him once we start. it's permanent. So even if you fall down from the practice of devotional service, then he'll keep reminding you. In the next life, you'll be born into a family and come out and go, Haribol! Remember, last life you were chanting, you want to start again? Here's some beads. And you're like, oh, all right. I guess so. It's Krishna's protection. He protects the spiritual life of his devotees always. Of course, we have some volition, so we can decide that I'd rather try on my own. And you see this sometimes with kids. Like, I don't want any shelter. I'll just, Mom, Dad, I know what I'm doing. And next thing, wee, help. So, the person who takes shelter of Krishna, knowing that whatever Krishna does is for my good. That's what Brahma says, that this is the most enlightened consciousness. And that is that anything that happens to me is Krishna's arrangement for my ultimate good. Tatenu kampam susamikshimano. Yes, Prabhu. Oh, were you going to say? Okay. Ty goes to the runner. He's got the mic before you, so give him a mic too. Please, go ahead. Got to turn it on.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I was just contemplating on the beautiful point you mentioned about Krishna's appearance is transcendental. So I had a
Krishna is what?
Appearance is transcendental. So
yes.
So I had a question in this regard of 4.9 where Jarma Karma Chame Divyam verse. Prabhupada is mentioning that in the purport, anybody who understands Lord Krishna to be supreme or who says unto Lord, you are the same supreme Brahman, the personality of Godhead, is certainly liberated instantly. So,
Okay, say it then.
Sorry?
Say it.
Yeah, so we
say
just...
it from your heart. No, say it now.
Yeah, you are the same supreme Brahman, the personality of Godhead.
Now turn to Krishna and say it.
You are the same supreme Brahman, the personality of Godhead.
Haribol.
But
just keep doing it.
But we sometimes see that after we go back to the material world, then
don't go back. That's the whole idea. Never go back. Always stay with Krishna. And always keep saying that phrase. That's Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. We don't want to go back to the material world. We're like done with it. Right? Say yes. You done with the material world? Yeah, just get counted. You done? Krishna's watching. You can just say it. You done? Had enough? Okay.
Yes.
Don't go back. Keep Krishna with you all the time. So you go home. So install your deity there. If you have Panchatattva. By the way, the new picture of Panchatattva is ecstatic. Haribol. One of the ways Krishna appears is in paint. So if you get a picture of the Panchatattva, put in your home, and when you come in the house, you do one thing. You either clap, say I'm home, or you get a little bell, you ring it, and then you bow down. And you'll naturally feel that you're with Krishna, you're not touched by the material world. Manmana bhavamad bhakto madhyaji mam namaskuru. Bow down to me, and you'll feel better. You'll always be with me. So we live out our life. Yeah, we're somewhere here in the material world. Who knows where it is? It's Silicon Valley, but or whatever. It doesn't matter. The devotees, Narayana paraksarvaye na kutaschana bhibyati swarga pavarga narakeshu api tulyarta darshina. They see it all as equal, whether you're in Woodside or Hillsborough or East Palo Alto. It doesn't matter because you always stay in Krishna consciousness. The devotees in Bombay got thrown into jail. They took all their beads Because yeah, we don't want to hang it in here, son. Yeah, I'm going to hang myself with my japa beads. So he took away all the beads and all the devotees didn't have anything, but they were together and they did the whole morning program, afternoon program, evening program every day, and they chanted all their rounds. And they were in ecstasy, and the devotees who were in jail for those few days said that they'd never been as fixed in Krishna consciousness as when they were in jail with nothing else. Kind of goes to your point too. Didn't Krishna protect all my stuff, my house and everything like that? But they're like, take away it all, put him in a cell with no other things, and then like, wow, I'm actually happy now. That's real brahmachari life, actually. Prabhu, are you satisfied or you want to keep asking?
No, Maharaj, but sometimes we see some devotees, so Prabhupada said instantly liberated, but then we go back to material life and then sometimes we fall down or temporarily we stay away from Krishna consciousness. So these things happen.
Yeah, don't do that. Never stay away from Krishna consciousness. Even if you think you're fallen, you shouldn't stay away. Because Krishna says, Api chet sudaracharo bhajate mamananya bhak sadareva samantavya samyag vyavasito hisa. I mean, yeah, that means that even if, api chet, even if the person's a train wreck, if he or she is somehow they have this intention, I want to be Krishna's devotee. My life's a train wreck. What can I do? It's my karma. Krishna says, okay, he's good. He's going to make it. And also Narada brings this up. What's the verse? 1:5, 20. He mentions that those who fall down from Krishna consciousness, they don't fall down like ordinary people. What is it? That's not it. That's not even 1:5:19, please. Navajano jata katanchana vrajan mukunda sevyan yavadangra samsritim smaram mukundang rupakuhanam punar vihatami chenda rasagrahojana. Translation is, are you all having fun? Yes. Oh, good. I'm so happy. My dear Vyasa, even though a devotee of Lord Krishna sometimes falls down somehow or other, he certainly does not undergo material existence like others, fruitive workers, etc. Because a person who has once relished the taste of the lotus feet of the Lord can do nothing but remember that ecstasy again and again. And so Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur says he's haunted by the ghost of rasa. Ooh, remember the halava, Sunday feast, and now you're eating at Taco Bell. There's nothing like Krishna's lotus feet. And as if somebody can taste the nectar, amrita, and they're so happy. We're happy. We want to be here all the time. We don't want to leave. This is a great thing. We can just be together and have Krishna Katha all day long in different varieties. And then, if you get really tired, then you can have some prasadam and dance. And that's Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's program, is to hear Bhagavatam in the association of devotees, chant Hare Krishna, and then dance in ecstasy, and then take a little prasad. Actually, they took a lot of prasad. Okay, Prabhu? Okay.
Hare Krishna.
1, 2.
Prabhu, on the purport, as we read, chewing the chew.
Chewing the chewed, yes.
So, on that, what is that force which encouraged chewing the chew? Is that association or the past deed or both?
Yeah, Krishna answers that. Arjuna asks the same question. What is it that compels me to take this sense gratification over and over again. And Krishna says, Kama Esha, Krodha Esha, Rajaguna Samudbhava. It's lust that comes from Rajagun. You touch Rajagun and you get all meh, and then you start looking around, the world's like, oh, I can enjoy this. And then you try it and it's like, it didn't work that time, I'll try it again. You do it like 50 million more times, and it still didn't work, but it will try it again. So he says, be careful of that stuff. It's really dangerous. He said, it's the all-devouring sinful enemy of the soul, of this whole world. And so then he describes how that Rajaguna gets in your senses. It's like rust. You get a little rust, your car's finished. Even if you see a little speck, because it grows. It'll go everywhere. You got to replace the whole car, basically. So that lust gets in there, you have to purify it by transforming it into love. That's what it is, actually. It's love perverted, because we have this impetus to love Krishna, but it's gotten misdirected into the modes of material nature, and therefore it's perverted. And so he says, be careful. It gets situated in different parts of your body. Sometimes it's situated in the senses, the lust, sometimes in the mind, and then it's really dangerous in the intelligence. So human intelligence is really powerful, but you hook it up to the wrong place, then you got a real problem like we have in the world nowadays. People are very smart for really stupid things. You marry the lust to your intelligence and like, let's figure out how to wreck everything. And it'll be really fun and funny. That's how crazy it is. So he says, rise above it. Indriyani priyanyahur indriyabhya paramanaha manasastu parabhudhir yo bhudye paratastu sa. Understand that you're transcendental to the senses, the mind, the intelligence. You're above that. And then he says, evam buddhi param buddha samstabhya manamatmana jahi shatrum mahabaho kama rupa dvarashadam. Defeat lust by your intelligence. Get the lust out of your intelligence and become purified by chanting at least one chapter of Bhagavad Gita every day. If you don't do that, it's no wonder it could seep. It's not a wonder that it would seep back in again. And then we have to actually become attracted to the beauty of Krishna and of devotional service. And we can rise above it. Kamadinam katina katida palita durnideshas desham jata mayina karuna natrapano pashanti utsri jaitam ata yarupate samprata labda buddhis tamayata sharanam mam nyungshva mamtasye. Said, for how long and how many ways have I been following the bad masters of my senses? They always dictate, and I always listened. They never gave me time off. Sound familiar? And they never gave me mercy. I just followed them blindly, but they're the bad masters. But then he says, no mas. I'm giving it up because my buddhi has awakened. Labdha buddhi means I've gained my real intelligence. So now, he said, what I'm going to do? Utsri jaitanata yarupate. I'm going to Krishna. I say, please, can I have some service here? I don't want to serve these guys anymore. I'm so done with it. This is niskinchana. I'm finished with the material desires in this world. Please let me have. I'm replacing my service. I'm going to serve Krishna instead of my senses. Prabhu? Yeah? 1, 2. He was up with the blue vest, Prabhu. And then Mayapur.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Prabhuji, I had a reflection regarding, you mentioned about learning from our past experiences and even the past lives, especially reading Bhagavatam.
Yeah?
So one of the key reflections for me was, this might be a gross example, but I was watching a movie the other day, and it was about a girl who had a short-term memory loss, and she forgot, even within 24 hours, she forgot what happened, and she lived the same day again and again. It was her father's birthday, so every day she wakes up, she thinks it's her father's birthday, goes to buy a gift, and that's how she lives her whole life. And I feel like as human beings, for us, we might feel bad that she has a short-term memory loss. But I think after this, I realize even we have like short-term, but our term is just like one life. We don't know what has happened last time, and we are doing the same thing over and over again.
Yeah.
So in that movie, her family creates like a video so that whenever she wakes up, she knows that she has an accident, and then she cries every day that okay, she has a short term, and she lives on from there. And like us, for us, God has given this book's Bhagavatam, which is also like that video recording of what has happened.
We give $50 for every good analogy. Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. But I think it was an amazing example. It made me reflect on why we should keep reading this book so that we keep on remembering our past mistakes. And
Bravo. Bravo, absolutely. It's a kind of craziness. Prabhupada used to compare it to a lunatic asylum. In fact, I have a letter on my wall in my house. You've probably read it before if you've been there. But he says that the material world is like everybody's in the lunatic asylum. They all think that they're somebody they're not. And I've seen this before in Alzheimer's ward. Everyone has their shtick. Like they get into this mode of working in some way all day long that they're not that person. Like one person was going around trying to fix everything. No tools or anything like that, but I'll fix this, I'll fix that. So forth. So yeah, it's a kind of a memory loss, and the books reawaken our memory. That's nice, Prabhu. I like that a lot.
Hare Krishna Maharaj, I wanted to make an announcement.
Oh my God. Go ahead.
Thank you, Maharaj. So, Abhishek will be starting in some time. We still have some time. So, as per request from Ansapriya Mataji, we just some logistic things. So, dear devotees, those who will be participating in Kalash Abhishek, at the boot counter, you will be getting a label. And then you can come in this queue based on the timings we have discussed and offer the Abhishek. And there's a small gift waiting outside. So that's the process. Of course, this will be after Maharaj and after the Abhishek starts. Maharaj will be conducting the Abhishek. Just from a logistic perspective, one more thing. Can we know how many devotees here will be participating in Kalash Abhishek with the raise of hands? Quick one.
Wow, that's a lot.
So everyone around 10 or 12. Okay. All right. Okay, thank you very much. It will be around 10, but that Ansapriya Mataji will be notifying. So next steps, please be near the books table before the Abhishek. Thank you. Thank you, Maharaj. Sorry for the interruption.
Time flies when you're having fun. Okay, a couple more. We still have 9 minutes left. Prabhu.
Maharaj, follow up on Haldaru Prabhu's question. So, you gave...
Okay. Turn it like a little straight towards it. Yeah, there.
Okay. So, you said that you quoted the verse Kamesh...
Kama Esha Krode.
Kamesha Krodesha Rajoguna Samudbhava. So that, everything comes from the mode of passion. So, but then when we interact with the material world outside, and we have to do it, we have to do that in our day-to-day life. I have seen that, it just comes in, I think it's probably the nature, rather than giving association, you're getting that association. So, how do we practically, do what you are suggesting?
Just do more on the side of your own practice. You got to do it harder. Can always do it harder. Yeah, a teacher told me when I was saying, well, this is really hard. And he goes, It is hard. You got to practice more. Like, right. Okay. It's not like, and of course, I know you do, you lean into your sadhana, but that's one of the ways we get fortified. If we can have an enlightening experience every single day, where we break through, rise above the modes of material nature, and actually feel something. We're moved by our chanting or our practice one way or another. I know I couldn't survive if I didn't try to speak English from now on, read Prabhupada's books every day. It's palpable. Once I finish my pages, I'm a different person. My brain gets rearranged, reordered, put back in order, I should say. The material nature rearranges it when I sleep. I wake up like, wait a minute, where's my video? Who am I again? All kinds of symptoms of the modes of moroseness, like, it's like, and then you read, and then suddenly I feel whole again. Like, who cares for this material world? I want to be just connected with Krishna. So, yeah, we have to really have super sadhana. So lean into the sadhana, and Kanka's going to give it some extra.
Thank you, Maharaj. Happy Janmashtami.
Thank you.
I wanted to just share that when Srila Prabhupada gave me initiation, he asked me how many rounds I chanted, and I said 16, and his eyes got really big. And he said, "Is that all?" So I've taken it in my life that wherever I go, or whatever I'm doing, laundry, cooking, mundane things, but still, I try to chant. And then if I'm not chanting, I try to hear. So it's like practical, like to turn on Prabhupada. Or now we have these cell phones that are so great because you can get Maharaj on the cell phone. All his classes are on there. Or, any of the other devotees, you can get their classes. So inspiring. And you can just in a practical way always be chanting and hearing.
Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya.
Also, excuse me, Maharaj.
Yeah.
When I was
Please let's welcome His Holiness Giriraj Swami. Maharaj, the question at hand, right now, I need a language coach today, is that, okay, so Krishna consciousness is transcendental, but then after I go to work, it seems as if I come in contact with the modes of material nature, especially Rajaguna, and then I'm getting affected. So I'm moving about the world, working and so forth. So what should one do to not be affected like that?
Well, see your work in relationship to Krishna. Yeah, when Ambarish Das, Alfred Ford,
go ahead,
came to Juhu, before leaving, he asked Srila Prabhupada what he should do. And Srila Prabhupada told him that he should work. And he asked, do I have to work in the Ford Motor Company? And Srila Prabhupada said, no, just some work. You know, he wanted, yeah. And then Ambarish asked Srila Prabhupada, what will I do for association? And Srila Prabhupada replied, if while you're working, you're thinking, I'm doing this for Krishna, that will be your association. So.
Haribo! Maharaj, this morning we read the verse from the 10th canto of the Srimad Bhagavatam in which Parikshit Maharaj marvels at the fact that he's not hungry or thirsty or tired. Although normally, he says, I would be tired, or any ordinary person would be tired, but because I'm sitting listening to you speak, Shukadeva Goswami, there's nectar falling from your mouth, and therefore I'm not feeling inconvenienced at all. So we had some discussion about that. Would you like to speak on that?
Well, it's a good thought on a day like today when we're not eating or sleeping for a while. And I mean, it's true. There was an incident during, well, I guess it was when, anyway, the context isn't that important. But there was a refugee camp in East India, and the devotees went and they did Harinam Sankirtan. And while they were doing Harinam Sankirtan, it became time for the people to eat, which is usually something that they look forward to all day long. But they weren't interested in eating. They were so happy to be with the devotees doing Harinam Sankirtan. And the organizers of the refugee camp said that they had never seen that before. that the refugees would miss or postpone their food for any reason. So that demonstrates the power of the holy name or of Krishna Katha to bring one beyond the concerns of eating.
Maharaj, we are also discussing the importance of Krishna's Janma in this world in the context of we had talked about how Shukadev Goswami was a completely liberated soul, but he got attracted to the pastimes of Krishna. And we were talking about it in relationship to that of what it means to us, his birth, and how hearing about his birth in this world affects the conditioned soul.
Yeah, there's that nice verse, I think it's 10, something 33. Anugrahaya bhaktanam manusim. Krishna said that out of mercy for my devotees, I assume this human-like form so that by hearing about me, they can become attracted to me and dedicate themselves to me. So any appearance of the Lord is very significant and precious. But the appearance of Krishna, of course, he's the original personality of Godhead. Krishna's tu Bhagavan Swayam. But he assumes a human-like form, which is very congenial for us who are in human forms, human-like forms, because we can easily relate to that form, and become attracted and dedicate ourselves to his service.
I was just thinking, Maharaj, means not only we hear so many glories of chanting, hearing, and all that, and Vaisesika Prabhu was also explaining what the real protection means, that Krishna protecting our connection. But always in this thing, there is this small terms and conditions kind of thing, like which we come to know. Like, as you said, maybe I get attracted in Harinam and I don't have thirst and hunger, but it's gone, and then I come back. And then why am I not like that right now? Oh, because you're not attentive, you're offending, and all these things. So how do we understand both? The glories are exemplified so much, but it's also said that you have to do all these things then only. But it is not said that these are the terms, if you do like this and then it will be effective. Or are we not understanding that properly?
Well, I'm not quite sure what the question is, but my mind went to His Holiness Ratatvija Swami, who said that he never has, generally doesn't have any problem fasting. But when it's Janmashtami, he feels hungry from the moment he wakes up. But the other reason I thought of him, because I think right now, he's having a heart procedure in a hospital in Dallas. So, yeah, we should keep him in our prayers. Yeah. So now, what was your question?
So what I'm asking is, the glories of hearing and chanting is so great, but why is it that sometimes it's effective? Like you said, just I hear Harinam and I become blissful. Mm-hmm. But most of the time, I'm not experiencing the full effect of it, because when I ask for the reason why I'm not feeling, then they say that you're offending, you're not attentive, all those things. So If it is so great, then why is my faults affecting me from relishing the full bliss?
It's like a student has a great teacher, but then comes home, mother says, how was school? And says, I'm not learning anything. It's like, why? It's like, well, I didn't really listen to the class. I also came late. And I was a little intoxicated also. And the mother like, okay, no wonder. He's a great teacher. Plenty of others have studied under this teacher and then gone on to do great things and have become enlightened in the subject matter. So Prabhupada gives us this point in the seventh canto because this is the topic that comes up at the beginning of the seventh canto. So it seems like Vishnu's impartial. He only helps the demigods, and the demons he's squashing. So how is that? It's like because the demons associate with the lower modes of nature. And therefore, there's a law of proportional causality in the world. And due to the law of proportional causality, they're getting smashed by Krishna's arrangement. It's Krishna's arrangement, but he's not doing it. They're doing it to themselves. So everything you talked about, terms and conditions, there's nothing wrong with that. Otherwise, how will you be proud of yourself when you actually do come to the top level? Because what did you do to contribute? The nectar's there, but we have to improve ourselves. Don't you feel happy when you actually apply yourself to playing the violin or whatever it may be? And you are the one who sit down and put in 5 hours, and then you can do one note, and you feel, oh, I can do this because you increased your capacity due to your own volition. So then, Krishna leaves us that corridor to use our volition to improve ourselves. And the greatest improvement is to develop our pure love for him. And if it wasn't free will, then it wouldn't really be love. And if we weren't agents for change, then we have no business doing any practice anyway. And one more thing, and that is that the Shastras give examples of the glories of the holy name and how it affects people, or many other different aspects, benedictions that come. They give these as examples of what can happen for those who are ready to receive it. In other words, you can get that much if you're that open to receive the holy name at any given moment. So that should give also some sense of optimism.
How do you develop a healthy sense of fear of Maya? Maharaja.
By getting burned. Once burned, twice shy. But Srila Prabhupada did say that his one complaint about his disciples is that they were not enough afraid of Maya. So it's important to be afraid of Maya.
Can I add one thing into the evidence?
Sure.
From the 10th canto where we are right now, just about fear. Okay. Fear. 243. So this is from This is from 1:3:28, if I may. My Lord, because you dispel all the fear of your devotees, I request you to save us and give us protection from the terrible fear of Kamsa. Your form as Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, is appreciated by yogis in meditation. Please make this form invisible to those who see with material eyes. The word dhyana dishnyam is significant in this verse because the form of the Lord is meditated upon by yogis. Dhyana vastita tadgatena manasa pashanti yam yogina. Devaki requested the Lord, who had appeared as Vishnu, to conceal that form, for she wanted to see the Lord as an ordinary child, like a child appreciated by persons who have material eyes. Devaki wanted to see whether the Supreme Personality of Godhead had factually appeared or she was dreaming the Vishnu form. If Kamsa were to come, she thought, upon seeing the Vishnu form, he would immediately kill the child, but if he saw a human child, he might reconsider. Devaki was afraid of Ugrasena Atmaja. That is, she was afraid not of Ugrasena and his men, but of the son of Ugrasena. Thus she requested the Lord to dissipate that fear, since he is always ready to give protection, abhayam, to his devotees. My Lord, she prayed, I request you to save me from the cruel hands of the son of Ugrasena, Kamsa. I am praying to your Lordship to please rescue me from this fearful condition, because you are always ready to give protection to your servitors. The Lord has confirmed this statement in the Bhagavad Gita by assuring Arjuna, you may declare to the world, my devotee shall never be vanquished. While thus praying to the Lord for rescue, Mother Devaki expressed her motherly affection. I understand that this transcendental form is generally perceived in meditation by the great sages, but I'm still afraid, because as soon as Kamsa understands that you have appeared, he might harm you. So I request that for the time being you become invisible to our material eyes. In other words, she requested the Lord to assume the form of an ordinary child. Quote, my only cause of fear from my brother Kamsa is due to your appearance. My Lord Madhusudana, Kamsa may know that you are already born. Therefore, I request you to conceal this four-armed form of your lordship, which holds the four symbols of Vishnu, namely the conch shell, the disc, the club, and the lotus flower. My dear Lord, at the end of the annihilation of the cosmic manifestation, you put the whole universe within your abdomen. Still, by your unalloyed mercy, you have appeared in my womb. I am surprised that you imitate the activities of ordinary human beings just to please your devotee. Devaki was so afraid of Kamsa that she could not believe that Kamsa would be unable to kill Lord Krishna, Lord Vishnu, who was personally present. Out of motherly affection, therefore, she requested the Supreme Personality of Godhead to disappear. Although because of the Lord's disappearance, Kamsa would harass her more and more, thinking that the child born of her was hidden somewhere, she did not want the transcendental child to be harassed and killed. Therefore, she requested Lord Vishnu to disappear. Later, when harassed, she would think of him within her mind. Then, I'll find it in a moment, but Prabhupada makes the point as he's presenting Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur that the mood of fear that the devotee has for the material world is purifying. He compares it to Devaki's fear of her child being killed. And so he gives 2 points. One is that when we're fearful of the material existence, and then we're careful, then we'll become purified because of that. And the second point Prabhupada makes is that this Krishna consciousness movement is an incarnation of Krishna. And he says, I'm also always fearful that something will happen to the Krishna consciousness movement. Even though it's Krishna, I have this fear, just like Devaki had that fear. The point was that it's purifying. The devotee should be a little afraid of material existence.
Thank you, Maharaj, for sharing Prabhupada's response to Ambarish Prabhu, that if you work for Krishna, that is your association. I have a question related to that how does it work for like a normal devotee who doesn't have association and might have more association of worldly-minded people, and the temple is far, so they might not be like Ambarish Prabhu, like owner of fort, but is it the same? And if yes, then maybe elaborate more on how to work for Krishna.
Well, as you know, there's two types of association, Vani and Vapu. Vani means words or transcendental sound, and Vapu means body or physical association. And the Vapu may or may not be available, but the Vani is always available. So we should absorb ourselves in the Vani. And now there's so many ways of getting association online, even if you can't get physical association. But when we get a chance for physical association, of course we should take advantage, as you are sitting here today. So what was your exact question?
Like how, if someone is like staying far from the temple and they don't have association close by, or they can't travel to the temple, how can they make best use of, advancing without association, physical association available?
Yeah, I think I answered that.
Yes,
Hare Krishna. Thank you very much for everyone for sharing the energy. My question is, I have a roommate who asked me this question and I got stuck to answer him. It's like, do we have free will?
Yes.
So the second question is, if we have free will, then it's, as per our Vedas and scriptures, it says that everything happens as per Krishna. So if everything and every person moves as per Krishna's desire and will, then how do we have free will? How would you answer that person if that person ask you that question?
Yeah, Srila Prabhupada explained that. It said not a blade of grass moves without the sanction of Krishna. But we do have free will. And Srila Prabhupada explained that Krishna in the heart will give us good direction. But if we insist on going against Krishna's will, Krishna, and this is exactly Srila Prabhupada's words, Krishna will give his sanction reluctantly. So yes, because we have free will, we can insist on doing something that Krishna doesn't want. And Krishna will eventually, if we're determined, he will give his sanction reluctantly. He's not happy about it, but because he's given you that free will and you want to use it or misuse it in that way, he'll give his sanction reluctantly.
Dhanvat Pranams Maharaj. Thank you so much for your association. Happy Janmashtami. My question is, how much role do prayers play for, if I pray for my parents and their free will is not to surrender to Krishna, or, not as much as I would like, but I pray for them, does Krishna, give more weightage to their free will or to my prayers?
I think you answered this.
I just heard Prabhupada say the other day, he was saying, so there are thieves walking around and they're praying to God, please let me steal. And the householder's got everything locked and insurance and things. Please don't let anybody steal, he says. He has this very hard job to do.
I think that Krishna will be influenced by your prayers. And of course, he won't interfere with their free will, but he will, I would say, make a special effort to find an opportunity to bring them to Krishna consciousness because of your prayers.
Thank you so much, Maharaj.
I think Maharaj mentioned that yesterday also. It could be in the same context. When you talked about how the agent is honored by both the person they're interacting with and by the company itself. They've given power of attorney. And that point comes up in Narada Muni with Nalakuvara and Manigriva, that he cursed them, and it's a kind of blessing, because he said, okay, you're going to be locked down for a little while. We know what that means. And then he said, when you come out, you're going to meet Krishna. And then when Krishna was enacting the pastime, it was much later, but just pursuant to Maharaj's point, because of that blessing, it was spoken by Narada. And therefore Krishna thought, okay, now I have to go over here. Although he was playing with Yashoda, being afraid and crawling away, but then he thought, I have to go take care of what my devotee said. And so it didn't go in vain. Support to what Maharaj was saying.
Hare Krishna, Prabhu.
There's one back there, one, two. Go ahead. Someone had their hand up or a mic? Go ahead. Divyangi.
Hare Krishna. I was thinking about this question Prabhu asked about the healthy fear, and I guess my question is from a little bit other side. What if on what we read in our past experiences, if we're too fearful to do something, like how can we go about this?
Burijan Prabhu makes the point that in the material world, if one is insignificant, he feels fearful. But our position is we are insignificant servants of Krishna, and because we're servants of Krishna, although we're insignificant, but because of our connection with Krishna, we're not vulnerable like an ordinary insignificant person. So what was the question?
I guess how to not be fearful, how to have more trust in Krishna. Because sometimes when we have this fear, it stops from maybe doing particular services, or yeah, I would say it's sometimes it stops me personally from doing something what I know how to do, but because of some kind of fear.
Well, it's said that with the order of the spiritual master, with the order comes the potency to execute it. So, yeah, you're not relying on your own strength. You're relying on the strength of the Guru Parampara and Krishna. And so you shouldn't be afraid of making that effort. I guess in connection with Srila Prabhupada's appearance day, which we will be observing tomorrow, someone asked him, why he came to America, because his godbrothers went to England. And Srila Prabhupada said, if I'm going to fail, at least let me fail in a different place. So, yeah, I mean, there were times when Srila Prabhupada expressed the idea that he didn't know if he would be successful, but he made the effort because it was the order of his spiritual master.
So I also liked your point where you said that the prayers would be influential, Maharaj, because Prabhupada also says that even though Krishna respects the free will of others, but it is because the devotees are more merciful, they go and sometimes like change the direction of our free will and bring us to Krishna consciousness. And that is the reason why Prabhupada glorifies the preachers, and I think because of those prayers, each and every one of us are here. Thank you so much, Maharaj.
Prabhupada said that he prayed for me. Yeah, that's definitely why I'm here. Yeah. He said, I marked it in your presence when I saw you in Boston, and I prayed to Krishna that this good soul may be aware of the importance of Krishna consciousness.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. In the beginning of the Krishna book, when Lord Brahma goes to the ocean of milk and prays, and he gets the message in his heart, and he relays the message to the demigod saying that take birth in different pious families to assist the Lord in his pastimes. So I was just wondering, is this a question about the demigods? Do they also have amshas or like parts that even though they are there in their abode, they can also, as their fragmental parts, take birth in different planets?
Yes. And sometimes individual living entities will combine with the demigod in that particular role. Yeah. Yes.
Time for Abhishek. Whenever you're ready.
Vaisesika Prabhu says it's time for Abhishek whenever I'm ready. And I am ready.
So we're going to have a kirtan now, and then we're going to have simultaneous Abhishek. And after that, we're going to go on hearing and chanting. So thank you very much, everyone, for joining. And we'll be here all the way till about 1 o'clock in the morning. And then we have the best service of all, which is cleaning up the temple. So you can start meditating on it. So. Vanchakalpadurusha kripasinabhe
Yes. Good. Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama. Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Shuddha Bhakata Charana Renu Bhajana Kula Bhakata Seva Parama Siddhi Premalati Karamula Madhavatiti Bhakti Janani Jatane Palana Kori Krishna Vasati Vasati Boli Paramadhari Kori Gaura Maharaji Shabastani Korolo Brahma Narange Sheshabastana Heri Boami Prayani Bhakata Sange Vidangavaja Shunati Mana Avasara Sarajache Gaurvihita Kirtana Shuni Anande Hridoya Nache Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jugala Murti Daki Amora Paramananda Hoya Prasada Seva Korite Hoya Sakala Prapancha Jaya Shri Radhamanan Mohan Ji ki jai. Jaina grihe bhajana dekhi grihe te golokapaya. Charana Sidhu Dhakiya Ganga Sukhanasi Makaya Tulasi Daki Juraya Prana Madhavatu Shani Jani Gaura Priya Shakshi Vani Jivana Sarta Pramani Bhakti Vinod Krishna Bhajani Anakula Payaja Pratideva se parama sukhe svikara koro yeta
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama. Anyone's okay. Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Nitai go Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai go Hari Bol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Translation, please. The dust from the lotus feet of pure devotees gives rise to devotional service, and service to the devotees is itself the supreme perfection of the root of the tender creeper of divine love. With great care I observe holy days like Ekadashi and Janmashtami. Haribo! 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 For they are the mother of devotion, and with the greatest reverence and love I choose as my dwelling place the transcendental abode of Sri Krishna. In the company of loving devotees, I will visit all those places where my Lord Gaurasundara traveled and performed his pastimes. My mind always begs to hear the music of the mridanga, and my heart dances in ecstasy whenever I hear the kind of kirtan established by Lord Gaurachandra. I feel supreme bliss when I behold the deity forms of the divine couple, Shri Shri Radha Madan Mohan, and I conquer all worldly illusions by honoring the Lord's prasad. Every day, Loka Vrindavan appears in my home when I see Lord Hari being worshipped there. My joy knows no bounds when I see the Ganges, a river of nectar emanating from the Lord's lotus feet. The sight of the Tulsi plant soothes my soul, for I know she gives pleasure to Lord Krishna. I feel that my life has been fulfilled when I honor shak, a green leafy vegetable preparation that is a favorite of Lord Chaitanya's. Whatever Bhakti Vinod obtains that furthers devotional service to Sri Krishna, he accepts every day with the greatest joy.
Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur ki Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Radha Madan Mohan Radhe. Jai Gora Hari Bo Hari Bo Hari Bo Jai Gora Hari Bo. Welcome everybody to ISKCON of Silicon Valley for Janmashtami. We'll be having kirtan, abhishek, and Krishna Katha all the way up until 12:30 tonight. So call your friends. Feed everybody in San Mateo, Alameda. What else is there? Santa Clara, Contra Costa counties. Please have them come down. Now we're going to have a reading from Krishna book. And at 12:30, we have Artik ceremony. So we just hire a couple of readers. Who would like to be paid to read? 1, 2, 3. Okay. The 4. Okay, so 4 readers. Could somebody grab a Krishna book or two and get your microphones in order? And we'll start the reading with the birth of Lord Krishna, please. Thank you very much.
The advent of Lord Krishna. Once the world was overburdened by the unnecessary defense force of different kings, who were actually demons but were posing themselves as the royal order. At that time, the whole world became perturbed, and the predominating deity of this world, of this earth, known as Bhumi, went to see Lord Brahma to tell of her calamities due to the demoniac kings. Bhumi assumed the shape of a cow and presented herself before Lord Brahma with tears in her eyes. She was bereaved and was weeping just to invoke the Lord's compassion. She related the calamitous position of the earth, and after hearing this, Lord Brahma became much aggravated, and he at once started for the ocean of milk, where Lord Vishnu resides. Lord Brahma was accompanied by all the demigods, headed by Lord Shiva, and Bhumi also followed. Arriving on the shore of the milk ocean, Lord Brahma began to pacify Lord Vishnu, who had formerly saved the earthly planet by assuming the transcendental form of a boar. In the Vedic mantras, there is a particular type of prayer called the Purusha Shukta. Generally, the demigods offer their obeisances unto Vishnu, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by chanting the Purusha Shukta. It is understood herein that the predominating deity of every planet can see the Supreme Lord of this universe, Brahma, whenever there is some disturbance on his planet. And Brahma can approach the Supreme Lord Vishnu not by seeing him directly, but by standing on the shore of the ocean of milk. There's a planet within the universe called Shweta Dvipa, and on that planet there is an ocean of milk. It is understood from the various literatures that just as there is an ocean of salt water on this planet, there are various kinds of oceans on other planets. Somewhere there is an ocean of milk, somewhere there is an ocean of oil, and somewhere there are oceans of liquor and of many other types of liquids. The Purusha Shukta is the standard prayer which the demigods recite to appease the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Shiro Dakshayi Vishnu. Because he is the Supreme Person, because he is lying on the ocean of milk, he is called Shirodakashayi Vishnu. He is the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead through whom all the incarnations with this universe appear. After all the demigods offered the Purusha Sukta prayer to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, they apparently heard no response. Then Lord Brahma personally sat in meditation, and there was a message transmission from Lord Vishnu to Brahma. Brahma then broadcast the message to the demigods. That is the system of receiving Vedic knowledge. The Vedic knowledge is received first by Brahma from the Supreme Personality of Godhead through the medium of the heart. As stated in the beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam, Tene Brahma Hridaya Adi Kavaye, the transcendental knowledge of the Vedas was transmitted to Lord Brahma through the heart. Here also, in the same way, only Brahma could understand the message transmitted by Lord Vishnu, and he broadcasted to the demigods for their immediate action. The message was this: the Supreme Personality of Godhead would appear on the earth very soon, along with his supreme powerful potencies, and as long as he remained on the earth planet to execute his mission of annihilating the demons and establishing the devotees, the demigod should also remain there to assist him. They would all immediately take birth in the family of the Yadu dynasty, wherein the Lord would also appear in due course of time. The Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, Krishna, would personally appear as the son of Vasudeva. Before his appearance, all the demigods, along with their wives, should appear in different pious families in the world, just to assist the Lord in executing his mission. The exact word used here is tatpriyartham, which means the demigods should appear on the earth in order to please the Lord. In other words, any living entity who lives only to satisfy the Lord is a demigod. The demigods were further informed that Ananta, the plenary portion of Lord Krishna, who's maintaining the universal planets by extending his millions of hoods, would also appear on earth before Lord Krishna's appearance. They were also informed that the external potency of Vishnu, Maya, with whom all the conditioned souls are enamored, would also appear by the order of the Supreme Lord, just to execute his purpose. After instructing and pacifying all the demigods as well as Bhumi with sweet words, Lord Brahma, the father of all Prajapatis or progenitors of the universal population, departed for his own abode, the highest material planet called Brahmaloka. The leader of the Yadu dynasty, King Shurasena, was ruling over the country known as Mathura, wherein lies the city of Mathura, as well as the district known as Shurasena, which was named after him. On account of the rule of King Shurasena, Mathura became the capital city of all the kings of the Yadus. Mathura was also made the capital of the kings of the Yadu dynasty because the Yadus were a very pious family and knew that Mathura is the place where Lord Sri Krishna lives eternally, just as he also lives in Dwarka. Once upon a time, Vasudeva, the son of Shurasena, just after marrying Devaki, was going home on his chariot with his newly wedded wife. The father of Devaki, known as Devaka, had contributed a sufficient dowry because he was very affectionate towards his daughter. He had contributed hundreds of chariots, completely decorated with gold equipment. At that time, Kamsa, the son of Ugrasena, in order to please his sister Devaki, had voluntarily taken the reins of the horses of Vasudeva's chariot and was driving. According to the custom of the Vedic civilization, when a girl is married, the brother takes the sister and brother-in-law to their home. Because the newly married girl may feel too much separation from her father's family, the brother goes with her until she reaches her father-in-law's house. The full dowry contributed by Devaka was as follows: 400 elephants fully decorated with golden garlands, 15,000 decorated horses, and 1,800 chariots. He also arranged for 200 beautiful girls to follow his daughter. The Kshatriya system of marriage, still current in India, dictates that when a Kshatriya is married, a few dozen of the bride's young girlfriends, in addition to the bride, go to the house of the king. The followers of the queen are called maidservants, but actually they act as friends of the queen. This practice is prevalent from time immemorial, traceable at least to the time before the advent of Lord Krishna, 5,000 years ago. So Vasudeva brought home another 200 beautiful girls along with his wife Devaki. While the bride and bridegroom were passing along on the chariot, there were different kinds of musical instruments playing to indicate the auspicious moment. There were conch shells, bugles, drums, and kettle drums combined together. They were vibrating a nice concert. The procession was passing very pleasingly, and Kamsa was driving the chariot. when suddenly there was a miraculous sound vibrated from the sky, which especially announced to Kamsa, "Kamsa, you are such a fool. You are driving the chariot of your sister and your brother-in-law, but you do not know that the 8th child of this sister will kill you." Kamsa was the son of Ugrasena of the Bhoja dynasty. It is said that Kamsa was the most demoniac of all the Bhoja dynasty kings. Immediately after hearing the prophecy from the sky, he caught hold of Devaki's hair and was just about to kill her with his sword. Vasudeva was astonished at Kamsa's behavior, and in order to pacify the cruel, shameless brother-in-law, he began to speak as follows. With great reason and evidence, he said, "My dear brother-in-law Kamsa, you're the most famous king of the Bhoja dynasty, and people know that you are the greatest warrior and valiant king. How is it that you are so infuriated that you were prepared to kill a woman who is your own sister at this auspicious time of the marriage? Why should you be so much afraid of death? Death is already born along with your birth. From the very day you took your birth, you began to die. Suppose you are 25 years old. That means you have already died 25 years. Every moment, every second, you are dying. Why then should you be so much afraid of death? Final death is inevitable. You may die either today or in 100 years. You cannot avoid death. Why should you be so much afraid? Actually, death means the annihilation of the present body. As soon as the present body stops functioning, mixes with the 5 elements of material nature, the living entity within this body accepts another body according to his present actions and reactions. It is just like when a man walks on the street, he puts forward his foot, and when he is confident with his foot that his foot is situated on the sound ground, he lifts the other foot. In this way, one after another, the bodies change and the soul transmigrates. See how the planet worms change from one twig to another so carefully. Similarly, the living entity changes his body as soon as the higher authorities decide on his next body. As long as a living entity is conditioned within this material world, he must take material bodies one after another. His next particular body is offered by the laws of nature according to the actions and reactions of this life. This body is exactly like one of the bodies which we always see in dreams. During our dream of sleep, we create so many bodies according to mental creation. We have seen gold, and we have also seen a mountain. So in a dream, we can see a golden mountain by combining the two ideas. Sometimes in dreams, we see that we have a body which is flying in the sky, and at that time, we completely forget our present body. Similarly, these bodies are changing. When you have one body, you forget the past body. During a dream, we may make contact with so many new kinds of bodies, but when we are awake, we forget them all. And actually, these material bodies are the creations of our mental activities, but at the present moment, we do not recollect our past bodies.
The nature of the mind is flickering. Sometimes it accepts something and immediately it rejects the same thing. Accepting and rejecting is the process of the mind in contact with the 5 objects of sense gratification: form, taste, smell, sound, and touch. In its speculative way, the mind comes in touch with the objects of sense gratification, and when the living entity desires a particular type of body, he gets it. Therefore, the body is an offering by the laws of material nature. The living entity accepts a body and comes out again into the material world to enjoy or suffer according to the construction of the body. Unless we have a particular type of body, we cannot enjoy or suffer according to our mental proclivities inherited from the previous life. The particular type of body is actually offered to us according to our mental condition at the time of death. The luminous planets, like the sun, moon, or stars, reflect themselves in different types of reservoirs, like water, oil, or ghee. The reflection moves according to the movement of the reservoir. The reflection of the moon is on the water, and moving water makes the moon also appear to be moving. But actually, the moon is not moving. Similarly, by mental concoction, the living entity attains different kinds of bodies, although actually he has no connection with such bodies. But on account of illusion, being enchanted by the influence of Maya, the living entity thinks that he belongs to a particular type of body. That is the way of conditioned life. Suppose a living entity is now in a human form of body. He thinks that he belongs to the human community, or a particular country, or a particular place. He identifies himself in that way and unnecessarily prepares for another body, which is not required by him. Such desires and mental concoctions are the cause of different types of bodies. The covering influence of material nature is so strong that the living entity is satisfied in whatever body he gets, and he identifies with that body with great pleasure. Therefore, I beg to request you not to be overwhelmed by the dictation of your mind and body. Vasudeva thus requested Kamsa not to be envious of his newly married sister. One should not be envious of anyone, because envy is the cause of fear both in this world and in the next. When one is before Yamaraj, the Lord of punishment after death, Vasudeva appealed to Kamsa on behalf of Devaki, stating that she was his younger sister. He also appealed at an auspicious moment at the time of marriage. A younger sister or brother is supposed to be protected as one's child. The position is overall so delicate, Vasudeva reasoned, that if you kill her, it will go against your high reputation. In this way, Vasudeva tried to pacify Kamsa by good instruction as well as by philosophical discrimination. But Kamsa was not to be pacified because his association was demoniac. Because of his demoniac association, he was a demon. Although born in a very high royal family, a demon never cares for any good instruction. He is just like a determined thief. One can give him moral instruction, but it will not be effective. Similarly, those who are demoniac or atheistic by nature can hardly assimilate any good instruction, however authorized it may be. That is the difference between demigods and demons. Those who can accept good instruction and try to live their lives in that way are called demigods, and those who are unable to take good instruction are called demons. Failing in his attempt to pacify Kamsa, Vasudeva wondered how he would protect his wife Devaki. When there is imminent danger, an intelligent person should try to avoid the dangerous position as far as possible. But if, in spite of endeavoring by all intelligence, one fails to avoid the dangerous position, there is no fault on his part. One should try his best to execute his duties, but if the attempt fails, he is not at fault. Vasudeva thought of his wife as follows: for the present, let me save the life of Devaki. Then later on, if there are children, I shall see how to save them. He further thought, if in the future I get a child who can kill Kamsa, just as Kamsa is thinking, then both Devaki and the child will be saved, because the law of providence is inconceivable. But now, some way or the other, let me save the life of Devaki. There is no certainty how a living entity contacts a certain type of body, just as there is no certainty how a blazing fire comes in contact with a certain type of wood in the forest. When there is a forest fire, it is experienced that the blazing fire sometimes leaps over one tree and catches another by the influence of the wind. Similarly, a living entity may be very careful in the matter of executing his duties, but it is still very difficult for him to know what type of body he's going to get in the next life. Maharaj Bharata was very faithfully executing the duties of self-realization, but by chance he developed temporary affection for a deer, and in his next life he had to accept the body of a deer. Vasudeva, after deliberating on how to save his wife, began to speak to Kamsa with great respect, although Kamsa was the most sinful man. Sometimes it happens that a most virtuous person like Vasudeva has to flatter a person like Kamsa, a most vicious person. That is the way of all diplomatic transactions. Although Vasudeva was deeply aggrieved, he smiled outwardly. He addressed the shameless Kamsa in that way because he was so atrocious. Vasudeva said to Kamsa, "My dear brother-in-law, Please consider that you have no danger from your sister. You are awaiting some danger because you have heard a prophetic voice in the sky. But the danger is to come from the sons of your sister who are not present now. And who knows, there may or may not be sons in the future. Considering all this, you are safe for the present, nor is there a cause of fear from your sister. If there are any sons born of her, I promise that I shall present all of them to you for necessary action. Kamsa knew the value of Vasudeva's word of honor, and he was convinced by his argument. For the time being, he desisted from the heinous killing of his sister. Thus Vasudeva was pleased and praised the decision of Kamsa. In this way, he returned to his home. Each year thereafter, in due course of time, Devaki gave birth to a child. Thus she gave birth to 8 male children, as well as 1 daughter. When the first son was born, Vasudeva kept his word of honor and immediately brought the child before Kamsa. It is said that Vasudeva was very much elevated and famous for his word of honor, and he wanted to maintain his fame. Although it was very painful for Vasudeva to hand over the newly born child, Kamsa was very glad to receive him. But he became a little compassionate with the behavior of Vasudeva. This event is very exemplary. For a great soul like Vasudeva, there is nothing considered to be painful in the course of discharging one's duty. A learned person like Vasudeva carries out his duties without hesitation. On the other hand, a demon like Kamsa never hesitates in committing any abominable actions. It is said, therefore, that a saintly person can tolerate all kinds of miserable conditions of life. A learned man can discharge his duties without awaiting favorable circumstances. A heinous person like Kamsa can act in any sinful way, and a devotee can sacrifice everything to satisfy the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Kamsa became satisfied by the action of Vasudeva. He was surprised to see Vasudeva keeping his promise and being compassionate upon him, and pleased, he began to speak as follows. My dear Vasudeva, you do not need to present this child to me. I am not in danger from this child. I have heard that the 8th child born of you and Devaki will kill me. Why should I accept this child unnecessarily? You can take him back. When Vasudeva was returning home with his firstborn child, although he was pleased by the behavior of Kamsa, he could not believe in him because he knew that Kamsa was uncontrolled. An atheistic person cannot be firm in his word of honor. One who cannot control the senses cannot be steady in his determination. The great politician Chanakya Pandit said, "Never put your trust in a diplomat or a woman. Those who are addicted to unrestricted sense gratification can never be truthful, nor can they be trusted with any faith." At that time, the great sage Narada came to Kamsa. He was informed of Kamsa's being compassionate to Vasudeva and returning his firstborn child. Narada was very eager to accelerate the descent of Lord Krishna as soon as possible. He therefore informed Kamsa that in Vrindavan, personalities like Nanda Maharaj and all the other cowherd men and their wives, and on the other side Vasudeva, his father Surasena, and all relatives born in the family of Vishnu of the Yadu dynasty, along with all their friends and well-wishers, were actually demigods. Narada warned Kamsa to be careful of them, since Kamsa and his friends and advisors were all demons. Demons are always afraid of demigods. After thus being informed by Narada about the appearance of demigods in different families, Kamsa at once became very much alarmed. He understood that since the demigods had already appeared, Lord Vishnu must be coming soon. He at once arrested both his brother-in-law Vasudeva and Devaki and put them behind prison bars. Within the prison, shackled in iron chains, Vasudeva and Devaki gave birth to a male child year after year, and Kamsa, thinking each of the babies to be the incarnation of Vishnu, killed them one after another. He was particularly afraid of the 8th child, but after the visit of Narada, he came to the conclusion that any child might be Krishna. Therefore, it was better to kill all the babies who took birth from Devaki and Vasudeva. This action of Kamsa is not very difficult to understand. In the history of the world, there are many instances of persons in the royal order who have killed their father, brother, or whole family and friends for the satisfaction of their ambitions. There is nothing astonishing about this, for members of the demoniac, greedy royal order can kill anyone for their nefarious ambitions. Kamsa was made aware of his previous birth by the grace of Narada. He learned that in his previous birth he had been a demon in the name of Kalanemi, and that he had been killed by Vishnu. Having now taken his birth in the Bhoja family, he decided to become the deadly enemy of the Yadu dynasty. Krishna was going to take birth in that family, and Kamsa was very much afraid that he would be killed by Krishna, just as he had been killed in his last birth. He first of all imprisoned his father Ugrasena because he was the chief king among the Yadu, Bhoja, and Andhaka dynasties, and he also occupied the kingdom of Surasena, Vasudeva's father. He declared himself the king of all such places. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the first chapter of Krishna, the advent of Lord Krishna. Now on to chapter 2.
Chapter 2. Prayers by the demigods for Lord Krishna in the womb. King Kamsa not only occupied the kingdoms of the Yadu, Bhoja, and Andhaka dynasties, and the kingdom of Surasen, but he also made alliances with all other demoniac kings as follows: the demon Pralamba, demon Baka, demon Janura, demon Trinavarta, demon Akasura, demon Mustika, demon Arista, demon Dvivuda, demon Putana, demon Keshi, and demon Dhenika. At that time, Jarasandh was the king of the Magda province, known as present as Bihar state. Thus, by his diplomatic policy, Kamsa consolidated the most powerful kingdom of his time under the protection of Jarasandh. He made further alliances with such kings as Banasura and Bhaumasura until he was the strongest. Then he began to behave most inimically towards the Yadu dynasty, into which Krishna was to take his birth. Being harassed by Kamsa, the kings of the Yadu, Bhoja, and Andhaka dynasties took shelter in different states, such as the state of the Kurus, the state of the Panchalas, the states known as Kekeya, Shalva, Vidarbha, Nishada, Videha, and Goshala. Kamsa broke the solidarity of Yadu kingdom, as well as the Bhoja and Andhaka. He made his position the most solid within the vast tract of land known at that time as Bharatvarsh. When Kamsa was killing the 6 babies of Devaki and Vasudev, one after another, many friends and relatives of Kamsa approached him and requested him to discontinue these heinous activities, but all of them became worshippers of Kamsa. When Devaki became pregnant for the 7th time, a plenary expansion of Krishna, known as Ananta, appeared within her womb. Devaki was overwhelmed with both jubilation and lamentation. She was joyful, for she could understand that Lord Vishnu had taken shelter within her womb. But at the same time, she was sorry that as soon as her child would come out, Kamsa would kill him. At that time, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, being compassionate upon the Yadus, who were fearful due to the atrocities committed by Kamsa, ordered the appearance of Yogamaya, his internal potency. Krishna is the Lord of the universe, but he is especially the Lord of the Yadu dynasty. Yogamaya is the principal potency of the personality of Godhead. In the Vedas, it is stated that the Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has multi-potencies. Parasya Shaktir Vivideva Shruyate. All the different potencies are acting externally and internally. And Yogamaya is the chief potency, is the chief of all potencies. The Lord ordered the appearance of Yogamaya in the land of Rajabhumi, in Vrindavan, which is always decorated and full with beautiful cows. In Vrindavan, Rohini, one of the wives of Vasudev, was residing at the house of King Nanda and Queen Yashoda. Not only Rohini, but many others in the Yadu dynasty were scattered all over the country due to their fears of the atrocities of Kamsa. Some of them were even living in the caves of the mountains. The Lord thus informed Yogamaya, Under the imprisonment of Kamsa are Devaki and Vasudeva, and at the present moment my plenary expansion, Shesha, is within the womb of Devaki. You can arrange the transfer of Shesha from the womb of Devaki to the womb of Rohini. After this arrangement, I am personally going to appear in the womb of Devaki with my full potencies. Then I shall appear as the son of Devaki and Vasudeva, and you shall appear as the daughter of Nanda and Yashoda in Vrindavan. Since you will appear as my contemporary sister, and since you will quickly satisfy desires for sense gratification, people within the world will worship you with all kinds of valuable presentations, incense, candles, flowers, and offerings for your sacrifice. Offerings of sacrifice. People who are after materialistic perfection will.
ভজ ভকত বৎসল শ্রী গৌর হরে 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 শ্রী গৌর হরে সোহে গোষ্ঠ বিহারে শ্রী গৌর হরে সোহে গোষ্ঠ বিহারে নন্দ যশোমতে চিত্ত
গিরিবর ধারে বলদেব সহসা বৈশেষারে বলদেব সহসা বৈশেষারে সুকতা সতা দে ভাজে নালিতা কুমান্ড সুকতা সতা দে ভাজে নালিতা কুষ্মান্ড ডালে ডালনা দুগ্ধ তুমি নদী মোচা খণ্ড ডালে ডালনা দুগ্ধ তুমি নদী মোচা খণ্ড মুগ্ধ বারা মাসবারা রটি কাঘেতান মুগবারা মাসবারা রটি কাঘেতান সস্কুলে পেস্তান পুলি পায়সান সস্কুলে পেশাকা পুলি পায়সান কর্পূরায় অমৃত কেলে রামক্ষীর সার কর্পূরায় অমৃত কেলে রামক্ষীর সার অমৃত রাসালয় আমলো দ্বাদশ প্রকার অমৃত রাসালয় আমলো দ্বাদশ প্রকার লুচি চিনি সার পরে লাড্ডু রসা বলে চিনি সার পরে লাড্ডু রসা বলে ভজন করেন কৃষ্ণ হয়ে কুতূহলে ভজন করেন কৃষ্ণ হয়ে কুতূহলে রাধিকার পকয়ন বিবিধ ব্যঞ্জন রাধিকার পকয়ন বিবিধ ব্যঞ্জন পরম আনন্দে কৃষ্ণ করেন ভজন পরম আনন্দে কৃষ্ণ করেন ভজন চলে বলে শ্রীমদ মঙ্গল চলে বলে লাড্ডু খায় শ্রীমদ মঙ্গল বাগল বাজায় আর জয় হরি বল বাগল বাজায় আর জয় হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল হরি বল হরি বল নিতাই গৌর হরি বল রাধে কাধে গানে রে নয়নের কোণে রাধে কাধে গানে রে নয়নের কোণে তৃপ্ত হয়ে খায় কৃষ্ণ যশোদা ভবনে তৃপ্ত হয়ে খায় কৃষ্ণ যশোদা ভবনে ভজনান্তে প্রিয়ে কৃষ্ণ সুবাসিত বারে ভজনান্তে প্রিয়ে কৃষ্ণ সুবাসিত বারে সবে মুখ প্রক্ষালয়ে ওয়ে সারি সারে সবে প্রক্ষালিয়া যত সখা গানে হস্তমুখ প্রক্ষালিয়া যত সখা গানে আনন্দে বিশ্রাম করে যশোদা ভবনে আনন্দে বিশ্রাম করে বলো আনে জাম্বুল রসালয়ানে তাম্বুল মশলা জাম্বুল রসালয়ানে তাম্বুল মশলা তাকে কৃষ্ণচন্দ্র সুখে নিদ্রা গেলা তাকে কৃষ্ণচন্দ্র সুখ নিদ্রা গেলা বিশালকে শিখে পুছ চামর ঢোলা বিশালক শিখে পুছ চামর ঢোলা অপূর্ব সজায় কৃষ্ণ সুখে নিদ্রা যায় অপূর্ব সজায় কৃষ্ণ সুখে নিদ্রা যায় যশোমতির আজ্ঞাপে ধনি সায়ানিত যশোমতি আজ্ঞাপে ধনি সায়ানিত শ্রীকৃষ্ণ প্রসাদ রাধা যে হয়ে প্রীত শ্রীকৃষ্ণ প্রসাদ রাধা ভঞ্জে হয়ে প্রীত ললিতাদি সখী গান অবশেষ পায় ললিতাদি সখী গান অবশেষ পায় মনে মনে সুখে রাধা কৃষ্ণ গুণ গায় মনে মনে সুখে রাধা কৃষ্ণ গুণ গায় হরি লীলা একমাত্র যাহার প্রমোদ হরি লীলা একমাত্র যাহার প্রমোদ ভোগারতি গায় ঠাকুর ভকতি বিনোদ ভোগারতি গায় ঠাকুর ভকতি বিনোদ ভজ ভকত বৎসল শ্রী গৌর হরি 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 শ্রী গৌর হরি সহে গোস বিহারে 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 নন্দ যশোমতি চিত্ত হরে নন্দ যশোমতি চিত্ত হরে ভজ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ গোপাল ভজ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ গোপাল গোপাল কৃষ্ণ নন্দ দুলাল গোপাল কৃষ্ণ নন্দ দুলাল গোপাল কৃষ্ণ নন্দ দুলাল গোপাল কৃষ্ণ নন্দ দুলাল নন্দ দুলাল কৃষ্ণ যশোদা 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 দুলাল যশোদা দুলাল কৃষ্ণ গৌর গোপাল 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 গৌর গোপাল কৃষ্ণ শচী দুলাল গৌর গোপাল কৃষ্ণ শচী দুলাল ভজ গোবিন্দ গোবিন্দ Gopala bhaja Govinda Govinda Gopala bhaja Govinda Govinda Gopala bhaja Govinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Nitai Gaura Hari Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitai Gaura Hari Bol Jayam Vishnupad Paramangshu Parivachaka Acharya Ashtottara Shata Krishna Kripa Simurti Srila Abhay Charnaravinda Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki ISKCON BBT Samsthapak Acharya Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai Jayam Vishnupad Paramangshu Parivachaka Acharya Ashtottara Shata Krishna Kripa Simurti Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaj Srila Prabhupada Ki Jayam Vishnupad Paramangshu Sakshat Vairagya Murtaya Srila Gaur Kishore Das Babaji Maharaj Ki Jayam Vishnumat Paramangsha Sachidananda Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur Ki Jayam Vishnumat Paramangsha Vaishnava Sarvabhauma Srila Jagannath Das Babaji Maharaj Ki Brahma Madhya Gauriya Sampradaya Acharya Parampara Ki Anandagadi Vaishnava Brindo Ki Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Sri Rup Sri Sanatan Sri Jeev Sri Gopal Bhattu Sri Raghunath Das Sri Raghunath Bhattu Shara Goswami Prabhu Ki प्रेम से कहो श्री कृष्ण चैतन्य प्रभु नित्यानंद श्री अद्वैत गदाधर शिवासादि गौर भक्त वृंदों के श्री श्री राधा कृष्ण गोप गोपीनाथ श्याम कुंड राधा कुंड गिरि गोवर्धन की श्री वृंदावन मथुरा धाम की श्री मायापुर नवद्वीप धाम की श्री पुरुषोत्तम क्षेत्र जगन्नाथपुरी धाम की श्री गंगामाई जमुना माई की श्री भक्ति देवी तुलसी देवी वृंदा देवी की ग्रंथराज श्रीमद भागवतम की हरिनाम महासंकीर्तन यज्ञ की ट्रांसजेंडरल बुक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की ट्रांसजेंडरल प्रसादम डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन की श्री श्री महा जन्माष्टमी तिथि की श्री श्री कृष्ण आविर्भाव तिथि जन्माष्टमी की श्री श्री राधा मदन मोहन सिंह महाप्रभु श्री लक्ष्मीनाथ सिंह राजभोग आरती की आरती अंशग्रहणकारी सकल गौर भक्तवृंदों की all glorious to the assembled devotees, all glorious to the assembled devotees, all glorious to the assembled devotees, all glorious to Shri Guru and Gauranga, all glorious to Srila Prabhupada. Nitaya Gaur Shritanath Premananda Hari Hari.
Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Namaste Narasimhaya. Vrishavadrata Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Narsimha Dev, Jaya Narsimha Dev, Jaya Narsimha Dev, Jaya Narsimha Dev. Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj, Jaya Prahlad Maharaj. Nitai Gaura Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Nitai Gaura Hari Bol. Bhakti Vigna Vinashana Simhadeva Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Gaur Premanande. Pardon me? Just hearing about it is fine. Only Shruti. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Welcome everyone to ISKCON of Silicon Valley Janmashtami celebration. Thanks for joining us online. We'll be going all the way until tomorrow to see the last Artik during Krishna's appearance at midnight. And now we're going to continue reading from the Krishna book. Krishna, 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 Hey. Krishna, 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 Hey. Krishna, 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 Rakshamam. Krishna, 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 Pahimam. Haribol. Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rama Raghava, Rakshamam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Pahimam. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Baba, Babu. This means come. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna जिनका नाम है, गोकुल जिनका धाम है. ऐसे श्री भगवान को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है। बारंबार प्रणाम है। यशोदा जी का मैया है, नंद जी बापैया है। ऐसे श्री गोपाल को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है। ऐसे श्री भगवान को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है। राधा जी का जया है, अद्भुत जी का मैया है। ऐसे श्री घनश्याम को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है। बारंबार प्रणाम। Luta luta dadi makan kayo, kwala bala sanga dinu charayo. ऐसे लीला दाम को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है। बारंबार प्रणाम। जुपाद सुत को लजब बचाइयो, ग्रह से गज को पंद चुराइयो। ऐसे कृपा दाम को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है। गुरु पांडव को जुदव मचाइयो, अर्जुन को उपदेश सुनाइयो। ऐसे दीननाथ को मेरे बारंबार प्रणाम है। Bhajare hey Radha Govinda Gopala Hare Bhajare hey Radha Govinda Gopala Hare Radhe Govinda Radhe Gopala Radha Madan Mohan Radha Shama Sundar Radha Gopinata Radha Govinda Radha Ramana Radha Kanta Radha Giriraj Gandharvika Giriraj Shri Rukmini Dwarkadish Kishore Kishori Vajare Hey Radha Govinda Gopala Hare Vajare hey Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. Aishe Shiv Bhagavan ko mere barambara pranam hai. Barambara pranam hai. Barambara pranam hai. Go Premanande. Nitai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribo. Bajare. Hey, Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. Radha Govinda Gopala Hare. We're continuing with the Krishna book. Hope I'm not getting kicked out. Notice can come at any time. Gotta be ready. Can someone tell me where we are? Okay, well that helps. That ought to do it. Everyone, we're reading from Krishna book. Prayers by the demigods for Lord Krishna in the womb. King Kamsa not only occupied the kingdoms of the Yadu, Bhoja, and Antaka dynasties, and the kingdom of Shurasena, but he also made alliances with all the other demoniac kings as follows. The demon Pralamba, listen carefully because you got to list them all. The demon Bhaka, demon Chanura, demon Trinavarta, demon Agasura, demon Mushtika, demon Arishta, demon Dvidvid, demon Putana, demon Keshi, and demon Tenuka. At that time, Jarasandha was the king of Magadha province, known at present as Bihar state. Thus, by his diplomatic policy, Kamsa consolidated the most powerful kingdom of his time under the protection of Jarasandha. He made further alliances with such kings as Banasura and Bhaumasura until he was the strongest. Then he began to behave most inimically toward the Yadu dynasty into which Krishna was to take his birth. Okay, put on the screen a picture of Krishna, please. One picture of Krishna. Okay, list the demons. Demoniac kings. What are the demons he made alliances with? One at a time. 1 point each. Okay, take the mic. Banasura? How about Baka?
Haribol.
Bakasura, that's your demon of choice?
Yeah.
Well, tell us about Bakasura.
Bakasura was...
Who was he?
Bakasura was a bird. He took the form of a bird.
Yeah.
And I think he was the brother of Putana and Agasura, right? Yeah.
Aho Bakiyam Stanaka Lakutam. Putana is known as Baki. Because that's his nice little brother, Bakasura. Okay, so what happened? Krishna killed Bakasura. Was he just a little child when he killed him?
Yes.
See, if Nitai is going to talk, you got to call on him. Once you call on him, he'll comes out like the Ganges.
I think he was around like 5 years old.
About 5 years old. How did he kill Bakasura?
So he split his beak very far apart, and then that was a lot
Do
of...
we have a demonstration by your brother? Show how he killed Bakasura. Just do a pantomime. Okay, Nitai, you show him how to do it. That looks like a beak. Like this. He bifurcated his beak. Like that. So, what did he first? Bakasura swallowed him, right? And then, how did he come back out again? It's very hot? Okay, can you give any commentary on that from what you've read? Mike. He says that the people who don't have a taste for chanting Hare Krishna, when they chant, see, Baka had Krishna in his mouth, and when you chant Hare Krishna, then Krishna is also in your mouth, because he's none different than the holy name. So if you have any demoniac mentality in you when you're chanting, then you'll feel like Bakasura, and you want to spit the name back out again, because it's too hot to handle. You don't like the taste. Thank you. Who's another demon? Who was listed here?
Trinavarta.
Trinavarta. Can you say more about him?
He was the world demon. And he took Krishna. He was the second demon Krishna killed, I think, after Putana.
No. Second demon was Shakatasura.
Yeah.
First is Putana.
Putana. So he took Krishna on his lap, and he flew high in the sky, and then Krishna became very heavy, and then he fell down and he died.
Okay. These are some pretty powerful demons coming from Kamsa. Being harassed by Kamsa, the kings of the Yadu, Bhoja, and Antaka dynasties took shelter in different states, such as the state of the Kurus, the state of the Panchalas, and the states known as Kekai, Shalva, Vidarbha, Nishada, Videha, and Koshala. Kamsa broke the solidarity of the Yadu kingdom, as well as the Bhoja and Antaka. He made his position the most solid within the vast tract of land, known at that time as Bharatvarsha. When Kamsa was killing the 6 babies of Devaki and Vasudeva one after another, many friends and relatives of Kamsa approached him and requested him to discontinue these heinous activities. But all of them became worshippers of Kamsa. When Devaki became pregnant for the 7th time, a plenary expansion of Krishna, known as Ananta, appeared within her womb. Devaki was overwhelmed with both jubilation and lamentation. She was joyful, for she could understand that Lord Vishnu had taken shelter within her womb, but at the same time she was very sorry. She was sorry that as soon as her child would come out, Kamsa would kill him. At that time, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna, being compassionate upon the Yadus, who were fearful due to the atrocities committed by Kamsa, ordered the appearance of Yogamaya, his internal potency. Krishna is the Lord of the universe, but he is especially the Lord of the Yadu dynasty. Yoga Maya is the principal potency of the personality of Godhead. In the Vedas, it is stated that the Lord, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, has multi-potencies. Parasha Shakti Vividai Vashuyate. All the different potencies are acting externally and internally, and Yoga Maya is the chief of all potencies. The Lord ordered the appearance of Yoga Maya in the land of Rajabhumi in Vrindavan, which is always decorated and full with beautiful cows. In Vrindavan, Rohini, one of the wives of Vasudeva, was residing at the house of King Nanda and Queen Yashoda. Not only Rohini, but many others in the Yadu dynasty were scattered all over the country due to their fear of the atrocities of Kamsa. Some of them were even living in the caves of the mountains. The Lord thus informed Yogamaya, under the imprisonment of Kamsa are Devaki and Vasudeva, and at the present moment my plenary expansion Shesha is within the womb of Devaki. You can arrange the transfer of Shesha from the womb of Devaki to the womb of Rohini. After this arrangement, I am personally going to appear in the womb of Devaki with my full potencies. Then I shall appear as the son of Devaki and Vasudeva, and you shall appear as the daughter of Nanda and Yashoda in Vrindavan. Since you will appear as my contemporary sister, and since you will quickly satisfy desires for sense gratification, people within the world will worship you with all kinds of valuable presentations. Incense, candles, flowers, and offerings of sacrifice. People who are after materialistic perfection will worship you under the different forms of your expansions, which will be named Durga, Bhadrakali, Vijaya, Vaishnavi, Kumuda, Chandika, Krishna, Madhavi, Kanyaka, Maya, Narayani, Ishani, Sharada, and Ambika. Krishna and Yogamaya appeared as brother and sister, the Supreme Powerful and the Supreme Power. Although there is no clear distinction between the powerful and the power, power is always subordinate to the powerful. Those who are materialistic are worshippers of the power, but those who are transcendentalists are worshippers of the powerful. Krishna is the supreme powerful, and Durga is the supreme power within the material world. Actually, people in the Vedic culture worship both the powerful and the power. There are many hundreds and thousands of temples of Vishnu and Devi, and sometimes they are worshipped simultaneously. The worshipper of the power, Durga, or the external energy of Krishna, may achieve all kinds of material success very easily. But anyone who wants to be elevated transcendentally must engage in worshiping the powerful in Krishna consciousness. The Lord also declared to Yogamaya, my plenary expansion, Ananta Shesha, is within the womb of Devaki. On account of being forcibly attracted to the womb of Rohini, he will be known as Sankarshana and will be the source of all spiritual power, or bala, by which one can attain the highest bliss of life, which is called Ramana. Therefore, the plenary portion, Ananta, will be known after his appearance either as Sankarshan or as Balaram. In the Upanishads, it is stated, Nayamatma balahinena labhya. The purport is that one cannot attain the supreme platform of self-realization without being sufficiently favored by Balaram. Bala does not mean physical strength. No one can attain spiritual perfection by physical strength. One must have the spiritual strength which is infused by Balaram, or Sankarshana, Ananta. Ananta, or Sheshanaga, is the source of the power which sustains all the planets in their different positions. Materially, this sustaining power is known as the law of gravitation, but actually it is a display of the potency of Sankarshana. Balaram, or Sankarshana, is the source of spiritual power, or the original spiritual master. Therefore, Lord Nityananda Prabhu, who is also the incarnation of Balaram, is the original spiritual master. And the spiritual master is the representative of Balaram, the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who supplies spiritual strength. In the Chaitanya Charitamrita, it is confirmed that the spiritual master is the manifestation of the mercy of Krishna. Thus ordered by the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Yogamaya circumambulated the Lord and then appeared within this material world, according to his order. When Yogamaya, the supreme power of the supremely powerful personality of Godhead, transferred Lord Shesha from the womb of Devaki to the womb of Rohini, both Devaki and Rohini were under Yogamaya's spell, which is called Yoga Nidra. When this was done, people thought that Devaki's 7th pregnancy had been a miscarriage. Thus, although Balaram appeared as the son of Devaki, he was transferred to the womb of Rohini to appear as her son. After this arrangement, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, Krishna, who is always ready to protect his unalloyed devotees, entered within the mind of Vasudeva as the Lord of the whole creation, with full inconceivable potencies. It is understood in this connection that Lord Krishna first of all situated himself in the unalloyed heart of Vasudeva and was then transferred to the heart of Devaki. He was not put into the womb of Devaki by seminal discharge. The Supreme Personality of Godhead, by his inconceivable potency, can appear in any way. It is not necessary for him to appear in the ordinary way by seminal injection within the womb of a woman. When Vasudeva was sustaining the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead within his heart, he appeared just like the glowing sun, whose shining rays are always unbearable and scorching to the common man. The form of the Lord situated in the pure unalloyed heart of Vasudeva is not different from the original form of Krishna. The appearance of the form of Krishna anywhere, and specifically within the heart, is called Dhamma. Dhamma refers not only to Krishna's form, but also to his name, his qualities, and his paraphernalia. Everything becomes manifest simultaneously. Thus, the eternal form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, with full potencies, was transferred from the mind of Vasudeva to the mind of Devaki, exactly as the setting sun's rays are transferred to the full moon rising in the east. Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, thus entered the body of Devaki from the body of Vasudeva without being subject to any of the conditions of an ordinary living entity. Since Krishna was there, it is to be understood that all his plenary expansions, such as Narayan, and incarnations like Lord Nrsimha and Varaha, were with him. And they also were not subject to the conditions of material existence. In this way, Devaki became the residence of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who is one without a second and the cause of all creation. Devaki became the residence of the Absolute Truth, but because she was confined within the house of Kamsa, she looked just like a suppressed fire, or like misused education. When fire is kept in a jug, the illuminating rays of the fire cannot be very much appreciated. Similarly, misused knowledge, which does not benefit the people in general, is not very much appreciated. So Devaki was kept within the prison walls of Kamsa's palace, and no one could see her transcendental beauty, which resulted from her conceiving the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Kamsa, however, saw the transcendental beauty of his sister Devaki, and he at once concluded that the Supreme Personality of Godhead had taken shelter in her womb. She had never before looked so wonderfully beautiful. He could distinctly understand that there was something wonderful within the womb of Devaki. In this way, Kamsa became perturbed because he was sure that the Supreme Personality of Godhead, who would kill him in the future, had now come. Kamsa began to think, what is to be done with Devaki? Surely she has Vishnu or Krishna within her womb, so it is certain that Krishna has come to execute the mission of the demigods. And even if I immediately kill Devaki, his mission cannot be frustrated. Kamsa knew very well that no one can frustrate the purpose of Vishnu. Any intelligent man can understand that the laws of God cannot be violated. His purpose will be served in spite of all impediments offered by the demons. Kamsa thought, If I kill Devaki at the present moment, Vishnu will enforce his supreme will more vehemently. To kill Devaki just now would be a most abominable act. No one desires to kill his reputation, even in an awkward situation. If I kill Devaki now, my reputation will be spoiled. Devaki is a woman, and she is under my shelter. She is pregnant, and if I kill her immediately, my reputation, the results of my pious activities and my duration of life will all be finished. He further deliberated, a person who is too cruel is as good as dead, even in this lifetime. No one likes a cruel person during his lifetime, and after his death, people curse him. On account of his self-identification with the body, he must be degraded and pushed into the darkest region of hell. Kamsa thus meditated on the pros and cons of killing Devaki at that time. Kamsa finally decided not to kill Devaki right away, but to wait for the inevitable future. But his mind became absorbed in animosity against the personality of Godhead. He patiently waited for the delivery of the child, expecting to kill him, as he had done previously with the other babies of Devaki. Thus, being merged in the ocean of animosity against the personality of Godhead, he began to think of Krishna or Vishnu while sitting, while sleeping, while walking, while eating, while working, in all the situations of his life. His mind became so absorbed with the thought of the Supreme Personality of Godhead that indirectly he could see only Krishna or Vishnu around him. Unfortunately, although his mind was so absorbed in the thought of Vishnu, he is not recognized as a devotee because he was thinking of Krishna as an enemy. The state of mind of a great devotee is also to be always absorbed in Krishna. But a devotee thinks of himself, but a devotee thinks of him favorably, not unfavorably. To think of Krishna favorably is Krishna consciousness. But to think of Krishna unfavorably is not Krishna consciousness. At this time, Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva, accompanied by great sages like Narada and followed by many other demigods, invisibly appeared in the house of Kamsa. They began to pray to the Supreme Personality of Godhead in select verses, which are very pleasing to the devotees and which award fulfillment of their desires. The first words they spoke acclaimed that the Lord is true to his vow. The demigods could understand that the Lord had taken his residence within the womb of Devaki to fulfill his vow, and that they were very glad that the Lord was appearing in order to fulfill his mission. Then the demigods addressed the Lord as Satyam Param, or the Supreme Absolute Truth. Everyone is searching after the truth. That is the philosophical way of life. The demigods give information that the Supreme Absolute Truth is Krishna. One who becomes fully Krishna conscious can attain the Absolute Truth. One who becomes fully Krishna conscious. Krishna is the Absolute Truth because unlike relative truth, he is truth in all the three phases of eternal time. Time is divided into past, present, and future. Krishna is truth always, past, present, and future. In the material world, everything is being controlled by supreme time in the course of past, present, and future. But before the creation, Krishna was existing, and when there is creation, everything is resting in Krishna. When this creation is finished, Krishna will remain. Therefore, he is the absolute truth in all circumstances. If there is any truth within this material world, it emanates from the supreme truth, Krishna. If there is any opulence within this material world, the cause of the opulence is? If there is any reputation within this material world, the cause of the reputation is? If there is any strength within this material world, the cause of such strength is? If there is any wisdom and education within this material world, the cause of such wisdom and education is? Correct. Therefore, Krishna is the source of all relative truths. This material world is composed of 5 principal elements: earth, water, fire, air, and ether. And all such elements are emanations from Krishna. The material scientists accept these 5 primary elements as the cause of the material manifestation. But the elements in their gross and subtle states are produced by the living entities who are working within this material world are products of his marginal potency. In the 7th chapter of the Bhagavad Gita, it is clearly stated that the whole manifestation is a combination of 2 kinds of energies of Krishna: the superior energy and the dead material elements, and the inferior energy. The living entities are the superior energy, and the dead material elements are his inferior energy. In its dormant stage, everything remains in Krishna. The demigods continue to offer their respectful prayers under the supreme form of the personality of Godhead Krishna by analytical study of the material manifestation. What is this material manifestation? It is just like a tree. A tree stands on the ground. Similarly, the tree of this material manifestation is standing on the ground of material nature. This material manifestation is compared to a tree because a tree is ultimately cut off in due course of time. A tree is called vriksha. Vriksha means that which will be ultimately cut off. Therefore, this tree of the material manifestation cannot be accepted as the ultimate truth because it is influenced by time. But Krishna's body is eternal. He existed before the material manifestation. He is existing while the material manifestation is continuing. And when it will be dissolved, he will continue to exist. Therefore, only Krishna can be accepted as the absolute truth. The Katha Upanishad also cites this example of the tree of the material manifestation standing on the ground of material existence. This tree has 2 kinds of fruits: distress and happiness. Those who are living in the tree of the body are just like 2 birds. One bird is a localized aspect of Krishna known as the Paramatma, and the other bird is the living entity. The living entity is eating the fruits of this material manifestation. Sometimes he eats the fruit of happiness, and sometimes he eats the fruit of distress. But the other bird is not interested in eating the fruit of distress or happiness because he is self-satisfied. The Katha Upanishad states that one bird on the tree of the body is eating the fruits, and the other bird is simply witnessing. The roots of this tree extend in 3 directions. This means that the root of the tree is the 3 modes of material nature: goodness, passion, and ignorance. Just as the tree's roots expand, so, by association of the modes of material nature, goodness, passion, and ignorance, one expands its duration of material existence. The tastes of the fruits are of 4 kinds: religiosity, economic development, sense gratification, and ultimately liberation. According to the different associations in the 3 modes of material nature, the living entities are tasting different kinds of religiosity, different kinds of economic development, different kinds of sense gratification, and different kinds of liberation. Practically, all material work is performed in ignorance. But because there are 3 qualities, sometimes the quality of ignorance is covered with goodness or passion. The taste of these material fruits is accepted through 5 senses. The 5 sense organs through which knowledge is acquired are subjected to 6 kinds of whips: lamentation, illusion, infirmity, death, hunger, and thirst. This material body, or the material manifestation, is covered by 7 layers: skin, muscle, blood, marrow, bone, fat, and semen. The branches of the tree are 8: earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and ego. There are 9 gates in this body, and there are 10 kinds of internal air passing within the body: prana, apana, udana, vyana, samana, etc. The 2 birds seated in this tree, as explained above, are the living entity and the localized Supreme Personality of Godhead, Paramatma. A few reflections before I continue. How do you like sitting here and hearing the Krishna book? Can't find anything wrong with it? So what did you hear? Go ahead, Monisha.
So in the purport, it was talking about Krishna's unlimited potencies, and I was thinking about this verse. I'm not recalling the exact Sanskrit, but from the teachings of Queen Kunti, where she's saying that the Lord is like a player. I'm not getting the exact verse, but she's basically saying how we're covered by like illusion, and we can't tell like that who the player is because it's like an actor.
Maya Jamani
Yeah.
Katyanam.
Ajana Doksha Jamabhayam.
Dalakshase Mudadrisha Nato Natya Darodyata. Sorry, keep going.
Yes, so I was just referring to that verse, and I was thinking about how, like, even in this material world and in this lifetime, what to speak of so many lifetimes that we've been here, but constantly we're not able to recognize who Krishna is and why we're here. So I was just thinking about that verse.
Nice reflection. Very good. 1, 2, 1, 2. Go ahead, you got the mic.
Prabhu, some people ask like how Prabhupada is saying that Durga is the power and Krishna is the powerhouse. But what's wrong in worshipping Durga and getting the material opulence to serve Krishna? So because they are getting it so fast for whatever material desires they have.
There's absolutely nothing wrong with it, as long as you like birth, death, old age, and disease.
But she's a sister of Krishna, and she's also called Vaishnavi, right?
Yeah.
So how do we explain in that sense when they ask like she?
Yayata mam prapadyante tam sataiva bhajamyaham. As you approach Krishna, he rewards you accordingly. So if you have some material motive, then you get the material side, Mahamaya. And if you want to worship Krishna, then you get Yogamaya, the internal potency. Just like she can be there manifest in the same room, same time with different people according to their motivations. When Duryodhana became indignant and started to insult Vidura, Vidura walked out, and he was already looking for an excuse to just get away and surrender to Krishna. Do you ever feel like that? No? Yeah? Okay. You're all prepared? So when Duryodhana hurled such insults at them, and they were deeply hurtful, he walked out, and he was then influenced by Yogamaya, Krishna's internal potency, and his tendency was to surrender to Krishna. So she was assisting him and just like, leave your bow and arrow, go on pilgrimage, which he did. At the same time, Duryodhana was being influenced because of his ill temper against a Vaishnav. He was being influenced by Mahamaya simultaneously. I mean, simultaneous to when Vidura was experiencing the internal potency. So it really depends on one's mentality. So, yeah, if you worship the external energy, then you'll get everything that's superfluous to your actual self-interest and happiness in life. You could see from the way the world's gone nowadays. 1, 2. Go ahead, Prabhu.
Hare Krishna Maharaj. I remember the one section was saying that Kamsa was not Krishna conscious because he was remembering Krishna, but he was always angry at him. And then 1 or 2 lines later it said, those who are fully Krishna conscious can reach the absolute truth. So
they can what?
Reach the absolute truth.
Uh-huh.
So I was remembering around 2 weeks ago for Kids Kirtan, we had, I think we were reading from the Purple Chaitanya Charitamrita, and we were going through the different stages of remembrance, of how one reaches this full state of samadhi. And at that moment, I was remembering the one or two lines where it said that you slowly build up from remembering Krishna like once a day to a few times, then multiple times a day, and then it becomes off and on. So I was just remembering that passage combined with this.
Okay, I couldn't catch the point. Can you turn the green mic up a little bit, please? Try again. You don't have to say the whole thing. Give me the whole essence in one sentence.
Okay. I was just remembering the stages in which one has to progress to reach the stage of full remembrance. And that's it.
To reach what?
Full remembrance of Krishna.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Was that when we were reading from the Upadeshamrita?
I think it might have actually been the Upadeshamrita.
We diverted to the Upadeshamrita from the Chaitanya Charitamrita, right? Because we were talking about Raganuga Bhakti, right? Nice, thank you very much.
So I really liked the way how Prabhupada elaborately says that all the six opulences, each of them, the relative truths are also, the source is Krishna. I was reminded of this verse, Matah Parapataram Nanyat, Kinchid Asti Dhananjaya, Mai Sarvam Idam Proktam, Sutre Mani Gana Iva. So the way he says how each of the energies actually are strung on pearls, and Krishna is the thread that's connecting everything. I just feel that it's up to the living entity using their free will, as we were talking this morning, to utilize it for Krishna's service and then transfer that Mahamaya to a Yogamaya potency, or the internal potency. And it's interesting also, I was thinking when I was reading all those names of Durga, that for Jada Bharat, Mother Kali, she just jumped off her altar and protected a Vaishnav.
Yeah.
So that way, in one sense, I mean, she's a friend of the devotees. She protects us.
Yeah. Also, protecting, and there's a way in which she's punishing those who act out of accord with their nature. And that's also merciful, because otherwise how will one be reformed? Except for the threefold miseries, everyone's content to stay separate from God and just forget everything. So she helps remind us that we're in the wrong place. Thank you.
Hare Krishna. When we were reading this, Kamsa, when he realized that Krishna has he has appeared in the womb of Devaki, he thought of, for a second he thought of even killing her, and then he thought, okay, maybe this is bad for my reputation because... But then he was also killing little babies, which should be also bad to his reputation. But why he didn't think when he killed the babies, but then he thought about his reputation when he killed Devaki, when he thought of killing Devaki?
Prabhupada explains how a person whose senses are not controlled is sporadic in his or her activities. You can't trust them. So in the beginning, he actually gave back one of the babies. When Vasudeva promised, then because he was avowedly truthful, then Kamsa trusted him, that I'll give you all these children in the future. In fact, it's one of the mystic potencies that Patanjali mentions in the Yoga Sutras. If you become devoted to telling the truth and you always tell the truth, then your words start to become very powerful. So he gave the first baby, and Kamsa was kind of surprised. Like, wow, he kept his word. And then he said, yeah, I take him back. But then Kamsa's bad association, his ministers got around him and they said, no. It could any of the children could be Krishna, and don't take any chances. So then he came and took the child back. And killed it. So the point is, his senses were uncontrolled. So from one incident to the next, he vacillated because he was only interested in pleasing his senses, and therefore, although reputation was a strong impetus, he had already imprisoned his father, killed a bunch of other people. So it was a little tenuous anyway. Yes?
Srila Gurudev, there is one verse in 7th Canto, 1st chapter, 27th verse. Context is Maharaj Parikshit asked how Shishupal got how he got Sayujya Mukti or liberation. And then Sukdev Goswami narrates the story of Narad Muni telling to Maharaj Yudhishthira. So Narad Muni, so this verse is 7:127. Narad Muni continued, by devotional service one cannot achieve such intense absorption in thought of the Supreme Personality of Godhead as one can through enmity toward Him. That is my opinion. So how to understand that, like through devotional service you can't get so.
Well, haven't you ever hated anybody before? You're really angry at them. And people are saying, let it go. Like, I can't.
Yeah.
It's an intense feeling. Krodha kama sahaja pranayadi piti. Partly that's a mood of ecstasy of the devotees when they say that. Because when they see the demons, in fact, there's a statement about when the demons on the battlefield of Kurukshetra were killed, they saw Krishna at the last minute. So one devotee was saying, I wish I was that fortunate. I could be like that. And in Narada's mood, he's seeing the intensity of the demons and how they're thinking about Krishna all the time. So devotees, the more advanced they get, the more they think they're unqualified. And they see others as more qualified. And this is one of the examples of that a devotee who's on a high level of love for Krishna and sees other people remembering Krishna, even if it's unfavorably, it's like they're more advanced than I am. They're thinking of Krishna more intensely than I am. So we don't take it, it's semi-literal, because any emotion, intense emotion through which one thinks of Krishna is positive in the sense that you're thinking of Krishna. Of course, it's not favorable, it's not anukul, and therefore it's not considered devotional service, but doesn't mean it's unbeneficial in the end. That's why there's a distinction made in the 7th canto between these demons like Kamsa and others who thought of Krishna constantly out of hate and fear, and King Vena. Vena he didn't think of Krishna at all. He just denied God altogether. Said, I'm God. Who are all these other people? And therefore he didn't get any credit. Yes?
So you said that it is beneficial that, through enmity of also if one thinks of Krishna. But in 7th canto, some purports, I don't remember the reference, but I read it a while ago that Srila Prabhupada mentions that, if somebody tells bad about Supreme Personality of Godhead, then he goes to hell and like that. So,
yeah, you don't go to hell forever. Hell's there for a purpose. It's like if you go into a little town and you got your 6-shooter out and you get drunk and you start shooting the town up, the sheriff comes out and puts you in jail till you sober up. They say, are you going to be good now? I'll let you out. So Prabhupada mentions in that section, or another section, that these hellish conditions in which the demons descend into are kind of purification. And when they come back out, they retain the benefit they got from thinking of God. And the other part gets purified. That's how kind Krishna is. Prabhu, can you find that song, Radhe Shyam, Shama Sham, Sundara Kundara Madhura Vishala, Soy Goya Boy Jantimala, Ichaviki Bali Hari Radhe Sham, Shama Sham. Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was very nice actually. I think it's definitely better than my question I'm going to ask. Demons are, to be very relevant from Kali Yuga standpoint, where almost everyone has demoniac tendency. Everyone, at least myself, I can talk about. They have demoniac tendencies. So these uncontrolled senses and desires are bothering us. But we know from the scriptures that the truth is it does not lead to anything good ultimately. We read in the scriptures and we see also around, right? So the question is how to get that spiritual strength to ignore those desires which comes.
You have to chant Hare Krishna.
All
because as Krishna said, as Lord Chaitanya said, Nam Nam Akari Bahuda Nija Sarva Shaktis. All of my Shakti, my personal Shakti is there within my name. So if you chant Hare Krishna, you'll get spiritual strength. You'll get a sense of detachment from bad habits and all things that you don't need in your life. You also get knowledge. You'll see, I'm not my body. You'll become more tolerant. Yene ravindakshava muktamaninas. No. Yasyasti bhaktir bhagavati akinchana sarvar gunas tatra samasate sura harava bhakta sukhuno mahaguna manoratena sati dhavato bihi. When you chant Hare Krishna, you'll also develop the good qualities. So you have to chant. And how much should you chant? A lot.
That was my next question. Is it that we finish the 16 rounds and say, okay, I'm done for today? Or
Well, definitely finish your 16 rounds. That's a big deal. That's one of the ways that you get spiritual strength is always finish your 16 rounds. Don't put them off. This is Sankhya Purvaka, numerical strength that you get. Don't we have it in a PowerPoint? We have it, but we couldn't find it. It's a great song. Okay, one more reflection or question. Prabhu, you have such good reflections and questions. This is like Naimasharanya.
Hare Krishna Maharaj.
Hare Krishna.
Dhanwats, feeling
Mine is the
privileged.
speaker.
Feeling privileged to be here. Thank you for your mercy. Maharaj, a question, not directly related to what we have read, but an observation I had over the last couple of days because of my conditioning. So I have been given the service of, helping fund collection, Lakshmi collection as part of Kalash Abhishek.
Yeah.
And inadvertently, the question comes in my mind sometimes. Someone gives more, someone gives less. Oh, why did he not give less? The human mind has a tendency to, although we have learned so much philosophy, to judge. People may be giving to so many different projects, they don't tell me. But the mind has a tendency to say, oh, that's it. I know you earn a lot more. Of course, I don't say that, but somehow that thought comes in the mind. So how to do the service for the sake of service, and with the real intention, and not get into such negative thoughts, which I may end up doing aparadh actually to the devotees. Not that I have done, but I don't want to wait till then. Yeah.
I see. Well, I think you already answered it in your own question. Everyone has different circumstances. They might be donating here, there, and everywhere. We don't know what they are. One time somebody taught me a very valuable lesson. I was holding seminars for a business I was doing, and then sometimes we'd advertise and invite people and they'd come, but not as many people as I wanted would come. Sometimes very few people. And I became disturbed. Like, where is everybody? And one of my business mentors said, don't think about who didn't come. Think about who's here right now. Appreciate the people who are right in front of you. If it's one person, and then you should put all your appreciation that you were going to give for the 99 other people into that one person. And appreciate, if anybody does anything, it's kind of a miracle. Don't compare it to what they have. We don't even know, actually. But if you just change the mode in which you think of people and try to appreciate it, then it'll actually encourage them to do more also. By the way, this is a tangential point, but one of the longest sustaining companies in the world is, do you know what it is in India? Companies generally have a 22-year cycle of survival. Tata is, do you know what their, the hallmark of their success is? Nobody knows? Even for 50 points? Okay. It's hard-coded into their system that they give 55% of their profits in charity. And this is one of the reasons that they've become so successful. I was just talking to a very nice devotee about this, about people who start businesses, devotees who start businesses, and their intention is to give to Krishna. And so they decide up front, we're going to give half or whatever. And then they do so well. He said even sometimes people are unqualified for it. They do well. That wasn't the answer to your question. The first part was, but I just thought it's an interesting observation.
Thank you, Maharaj.
Look at this. We have a beautiful song we can sing. Can we sing a song? Hari Hari. It's kind of like the other song, just a little different lyrics. Jaya Madhava Madana Murare Radhe Sham Shama Sham. Jaya Madhava Madana Murari Sham Sham. Jaya Madhava Madana. Jaya Keshava Kali Malahari Radhe Sham Shama Sham. Keshava Kali Malahari. Jaya Madhava Murari Radhe Sham Shama Sham. Jaya Keshava Kalimala Hare Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Come on. Jaya Keshava Kalimala Hare Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Work with me now. Radhe Sundara Kundala Nayana Vishala Gale Sohai Vaijanti Mala Sundara Kundala Jechaviki Balihari Radhe Shamba Shama Sham. Jaya Madhava Madana Bhurade Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Little help. Kabuhun luta luta dadhi kayo Kabahun madhuvana rasa rachayo. Nachatta vipina vihare Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Jaya Madhava Madana Murare Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Jaya Keshava Kalimala Hare Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Gwala Bala Sangatenu Charaye Vana Vana Pramata Pire Jadurai. Kande Kamara Kare Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Jaya Madhava Madana Murare Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Jaya Keshava Kalimala Hare Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Chura Chura Navanita Chokayo Rajavanita Napai Nabutrayo. Makana Chora Murari Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Jaya Madhava Madana Murari Radhe Sham Shama Sham. Jaya Keshava Kalimala Hare Radhe Sham Shama Sham. Haribo! Ekadina mana Indra Kumario Naka Upara Govardhana Daru Nama Padayo Giridhari Radhe Shama Shama Sham Nam Padayo Giridhari Radhe Jaya Madhava Madana Murari Radhe Shama Shama Sham Jaya Keshava Kali Malahari Radhe Shama Shama Sham Duryodhana Kuboga Nakayo Rakasaga Vidura Karakayo Rukosaga Vidura Aishe Prima Pujari Radhe Shama Shama Sham Shama Shama Sham Jaya Madhava Madana Murari Radhe Sham Shama Sham Jaya Keshava Kali Malahari Radhe Shama Shama Sham Karunakara Draupadi Pukari Patalipata Gaivanavari Nirakarahi Naranari Radhe Sham Shama Sham Jaya Madhava Madana Murari Radhe Sham Shama Sham Jaya Keshava Kali Malahari Radhe Shama Shama Sham Bhakta Bhakta Sabha Tumani Thare Bina Bhakti Hamatare Dware Lijo Kabara Hamare Radhe Shama Shama Sham Jaya Madhava Madana Murari Radhe Sham Shama Sham Haribo Jaya Keshava Kali Malahari Radhe Shama Shama Sham Arjuna ke rata hankana khare Gita ke upadesha tuhare Chakra sudarshana dhare Radhe Shama Shama Sham Sudarshan Jaya Madhava Madana Murari Radhe Shama Shama Sham Jaya Keshava Kalimala Hari Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Radhe Shama Shama Sham. I feel like churning some butter. Do you like the song? I like it too much. It's too nice. Hare Krishna. Haribo. Can you all listen to a little more Krishna book? Just a little. The root cause of the material manifestation described here is the Supreme Personality of Godhead. The Supreme Personality of Godhead expands himself to take charge of the three qualities of the material world. Vishnu takes charge of the mode of goodness. I need a verse. Divinity, divine service. Brahma takes charge of the mode of passion. And Lord Shiva takes charge of the mode of ignorance. The long one. Sapvam rajas tamayiti prakir vinastaya yukta para ihas siddhate stityade hari varinchi hareti samja shreyamsi tatra kalu safatanur nirnam suhu. Number? Radhe Sham Shama Sham Radhe Shama Shama Sham. Let's see this Sanskrit. Sattvam rajas tamayiti prakritir gunastayar yukta parapurusha eka ihasya date stityadaye hari varinchi hareti sanja Shreyamsi tatra kalu sattva tanor nirnam suhu. Translation is, you read it, somebody read it. Please.
The transcendental personality of Godhead is indirectly associated with the three modes of material nature, namely passion, goodness, and ignorance. And just for the material world's creation, maintenance, and destruction, he accepts the three qualitative forms of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Of these three, all human beings can derive ultimate benefit from Vishnu, the form of the quality of goodness.
Purport. That Lord Sri Krishna, by his plenary parts, should be rendered devotional service, as explained above, is confirmed by this. We have an empty booth. You need to expand yourself, Prabhu. By this statement, Lord Sri Krishna and all his plenary parts are Vishnu Tattva, or the Lordship of Godhead. From Sri Krishna, the next manifestation is Baladev. From Baladev is Sankarshana. From Sankarshana is Narayan. From Narayan, there is the second Sankarshana. And from this Sankarshana, the Vishnu Purusha avatars. The Vishnu, or the deity of the quality of goodness in the material world, is the Purusha avatar known as Shirdakshay Vishnu or Paramatma. Brahma is the deity of Rajas, passion, Shiva, or ignorance. They are the three departmental heads of the three qualities of this material world. Creation is made possible by Brahma's quality of passion and his endeavor. It is maintained by the goodness of Vishnu, and when it requires to be destroyed, Lord Shiva does it by Tandavanritya. The materialist, Tandavanritya.
Tandava Nritya.
Tandavanritya. The materialists and the foolish human beings worship Brahma and Shiva respectively. But the pure transcendentalists worship the form of goodness, Vishnu, in his various forms. Vishnu is manifested by his millions and billions of integrated forms and separated forms. The integrated forms are called Godhead, and the separated forms are called the living entities, or the jivas. Both the jivas and the Godhead have their original spiritual forms. Jivas are sometimes subjected to the control of material energy, but the Vishnu forms are always controllers of this energy. When Vishnu, the personality of Godhead, appears in the material world, he comes to deliver the conditioned living beings who are under the material nature, under the material energy. Such living beings appear in the material world with intentions of being lords, and thus they become entrapped by the three modes of material nature. As such, the living entities have to change their material coverings for undergoing different terms of imprisonment. The prison house of the material world is created by Brahma under instruction of the personality of Godhead, and at the conclusion of the Kalpa, the whole thing is destroyed by Shiva. But as far as maintenance of the prison house is concerned, it is done by Vishnu, as much as a state prison house is maintained by the state. Anyone, therefore, who wishes to get out of this prison house of material existence, which is full of miseries like repetition of birth, death, disease, and old age, must please Lord Vishnu for such liberation. Lord Vishnu is worshipped by devotional service only. And if anyone has to continue prison life in the material world, he may ask for relative facilities for temporary relief from the different demigods like Shiva, Brahma, Indra, and Varuna. No demigod, however, can release the imprisoned living being from the conditioned life of material existence. This can be done only by Vishnu. Therefore, the ultimate benefit may be derived from Vishnu, the personality of Godhead. Let's see the verse again. Sattvam rajas tama iti. We'll look at the word for word. Sattvam, goodness, raja, passion, tama, the darkness, ignorance, iti, thus. Prakrite, of the material nature, guna, qualities, tai, by them, yukta, associated with, para, transcendental, purusha, the personality, eka, one, iha asya, of this material world, date, accepts stiti adaye, for the matter of creation, maintenance, and destruction. Hari, everyone say Hari.
Hari.
Vishnu, the personality of Godhead. Vrinci, that sounds Italian to me. Vrinci, Brahma. Hara, Lord Shiva. Iti, thus, Sangya, different features, Shreyamsi, ultimate benefit, Tatra, therein, Kalu, of course, Sattva, goodness, Tano, form, Nrinam, of the human being, Su, derived. And the translation again goes like this. The transcendental personality of Godhead is indirectly associated with the three modes of material nature, namely passion, goodness, and ignorance. And just for the material world's creation, maintenance, and destruction, he accepts the three qualitative forms of Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. Of these three, all human beings can derive ultimate benefit from Vishnu, the form of the quality of goodness. Okay, propound. Comment. Were you paying attention enough to comment? No, who was? Who would give a comment? Commentary. 3 lines of commentary at least. Somebody? Go ahead.
So, Krishna is the source of all the avatars, and so in this purport, Prabhupada has elaborated on how the first expansion is Balaram. From Balaram comes Sankarshan, and then from him comes Narayan, and then the second Sankarshan, and from them all the avatars. And these particular qualitative avatars, the guna avatars, Brahma, Vishnu, and Mahesh or Shiva, they are in charge of the mode of ignorance. Brahma is in charge of mode of passion, Vishnu is in charge of mode of goodness, and Shiva, who is responsible for the mode of ignorance, is an ultimate destroyer when the time for annihilation comes, and he does his dance of destruction. And a living entity can derive ultimate benefit from Vishnu, since he represents the form of the quality of goodness.
Could get ultimate benefit from Vishnu.
Vishnu.
Thank you very much. Well done. Anybody else want to make a comment to expand? Okay, Maharaj, please go ahead.
Well, it's a very small point, but there's a line in the Bhagavad Gita, Aham Adi Hi Devanam. Krishna says, I am the origin of the Devas. And Srila Prabhupada explains that includes Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva.
Okay, thank you. This is probably good because the energies. If you come back, the evenings are it's hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess do it around the neighborhood.
Okay. What? Go ahead. It's a good verse. Holy Giriraj Maharaj Ki. Jaya Keshava Kali Malahari Radhe Sham Shama Sham Radhe Sham. So we're discussing how Krishna appears in this world. And we're reading from Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead. This is a summary of the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam. And one of the important points that we're discussing right now is the difference between the various controllers of the material world. Three mentioned are Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. And they all have their different functions. But for all human beings, the ultimate benefit says that the Srimad Bhagavatam can be derived by those who worship Vishnu because of his being beyond the three modes of material nature. There's another verse that just says that. I think it's the next verse, actually. Which says, can you move to the next verse? Bejare munio tagre, Bhagavan hamadhuk saja, Sapvam bishuram shemaya kalpante yenutaniha. Of course, that's not the verse, but it says that everyone can derive the ultimate, that previously, Bejare munio agre, previously, all the great sages worship Lord Vishnu because of his existence beyond the three modes of material nature. And anyone who follows in their footsteps and worships Lord Vishnu will attain the same result that they did. That's good news. It's good to know where to please put your attention, right? Yes.
I really like how Prabhupada has brought out these verses and connected Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita, because for most of us who grew up, in India and Hindu culture, Bhagavad Gita was all that we could access, and even part of that was not as authoritative. And it was okay to take any path, to worship Shakti, Shiva, Yogeshwara, Surya Narayan. And so when these verses come up, they are just like nectar, because they are pure, they are absolute truth, and they are very decisive. We know this is the final authority. So I really am grateful to Srila Prabhupada.
Do you all feel like continuing reading Krishna book? Because I have to go for a little bit. Or do you want to have kirtan Krishna book? What is your decision? Can you keep reading? Read a little bit and have a little kirtan, read a little bit. Any mark? Get set. I'll be back. Hare Krishna. Vanchakalpataruscha kripasinabhevacha patitanam pavinibhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha nantakoti vaishnaviniki jai. For those who are keeping score.
Okay.
Of course, it's up there too.
Our dear Lord, the demigods prayed, "It is very difficult to understand your eternal form or personality. People in general are unable to understand your actual form. Therefore, you are personally descending to exhibit your original eternal form. Somehow, people can understand the different incarnations of your Lordship, but they are puzzled to understand the eternal form of Krishna, with two hands moving among human beings exactly like one of them. This eternal form of your Lordship gives ever-increasing transcendental pleasure to the devotees, but for the non-devotees, this form is very dangerous. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna is very pleasing to the sadhus, Prityanaya sadhunam. But this form is very dangerous for the demons, because Krishna also descends to kill the demons. He is therefore simultaneously pleasing to the devotees and dangerous to the demons. Our dear lotus-eyed Lord, you are the source of pure goodness. There are many great sages who simply by samadhi or transcendentally meditating upon your lotus feet and thus being absorbed in your thought, have easily transformed the great ocean of nescience created by the material nature into no more than the water in a calf's hoof print. The purpose of meditation is to focus the mind upon the personality of Godhead, beginning from his lotus feet. Simply by meditation on the lotus feet of the Lord, great sages cross over this vast ocean of material existence without difficulty. O self-illuminated one, the great saintly persons who have crossed over the ocean of nescience by the help of the transcendental boat of your lotus feet have not taken away that boat. It is still lying on this side. If one takes a boat to cross over a river, the boat also goes with one to the other side of the river. And so when one reaches the destination, how can the same boat be available to those who are still on this side? To answer this difficulty, the demigods say in their prayer that the boat of the Lord's lotus feet is not taken away. The devotees still remaining on this side are able to pass over the ocean of material nature because the pure devotees do not take the boat with them when they cross over. When one simply approaches the boat, the whole ocean of material nescience is reduced to the size of the water in a calf's hoof print. Therefore, the devotees do not need to take the boat to the other side. They simply cross the ocean immediately. Because the great saintly persons are compassionate toward all conditioned souls, the boat is still lying on this side. In other words, one can meditate upon the lotus feet of the Lord at any time, and by so doing, one can cross over the great ocean of material existence. Meditation means concentration upon the lotus feet of the Lord. Lotus feet indicate the Supreme Personality of Godhead. But those who are impersonalists do not recognize the lotus feet of the Lord, and therefore their object of meditation is something impersonal.
The demigods express their mature verdict that persons who are interested in meditating on something void or impersonal cannot cross over the ocean of nescience. Such persons are simply imagining that they have become liberated. O lotus-eyed Lord, their intelligence is contaminated because they fail to meditate upon the lotus feet of your Lordship. As a result of this neglectful activity, the impersonalists fall down again into the material way of conditioned life, although they may temporarily rise to the point of impersonal realization. Impersonalists undergo severe austerities and penances to merge themselves into the Brahman effulgence, or impersonal Brahman existence, but their minds are not free from material contamination. They have simply tried to negate the material ways of thinking. That does not mean that they have become liberated. Thus they fall down.
In the Bhagavad Gita, it is stated that the impersonalist has to undergo great tribulation in realizing his ultimate goal. At the beginning of Srimad Bhagavatam, it is also stated that without devotional service to the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one cannot achieve liberation from the bondage of fruitive activities. The statement of Lord Krishna is there in the Bhagavad Gita and in Srimad Bhagavatam. The statement of the great sage Narad is there. And here also the demigods the demigods confirm it. Persons who have not taken to devotional service are understood to have come short of the ultimate purpose of knowledge and are not favored by your grace. The impersonalists simply think that they are liberated, but actually they have no feeling for the personality of Godhead, because they think that when Krishna comes into the material world, he accepts a material body. They therefore overlook the transcendental body of Krishna. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Avajanati mamura. In spite of conquering material lust and rising to the point of liberation, the impersonalists fall down. If they are engaged just in knowing things for the sake of knowledge and do not take to the devotional service of the Lord, they cannot achieve the desired result. Their achievement is the trouble they take, and that is all. It is clearly stated in the Bhagavad Gita that to realize Brahman identification is not all. Brahman identification may help one become joyful without material attachment or detachment, and to achieve the platform of equanimity, but after this stage, one has to take devotional service. When one takes to devotional service, after being elevated to the platform of Brahman realization, he is then admitted into the spiritual kingdom for permanent residence in association with the Supreme Personality of Godhead. That is the result of devotional service. Those who are devotees of the Supreme Personality of Godhead never fall down like the impersonalists. Even if the devotees fall down, they remain affectionately attached to the Lord. They can meet all kinds of obstacles on the path of devotional service, and freely, without fear, they can surmount such obstacles. Because of their surrender, they are certain that Krishna will always protect them. As it is promised by Krishna in the Bhagavad Gita, my devotees are never vanquished.
Our dear Lord, the demigods continued, you have appeared in your original, unalloyed form, the eternal form of goodness, for the welfare of all living entities within the material world. Taking advantage of your appearance, all of them can now very easily understand the nature and form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Persons who belong to the 4 divisions of the social order, the brahmacharis, grihastas, vanaprasthas, and sannyasis, can all take advantage of your appearance. Dear Lord, husband of the goddess of fortune, devotees who are dovetailed to your service do not fall down from their high position like the impersonalists. Being protected by you, the devotees are able to traverse over the heads of many of Maya's commanders-in-chief who can always put stumbling blocks on the path of liberation. Dear Lord, You appear in your eternal transcendental form for the benefit of the living entities so that they can see you face to face and offer their worshipful sacrifices by ritualistic performance of the Vedas, mystic meditation, and devotional service as recommended in the scriptures. Dear Lord, if you did not appear in your eternal transcendental form, full of bliss and knowledge, a form which can eradicate all kinds of speculative ignorance about your position, when all people would simply speculate about you according to their respective modes of material nature.
The appearance of Krishna is the answer to all imaginative iconography of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Everyone imagines the form of the Supreme Personality of Godhead according to his material nature. In the Brahma Samhita, it is said that the Lord is the oldest person. Therefore, a section of religionists imagine that God must be very old, and therefore they depict a form of the Lord like a very old man. But in the same Brahma Samhita, that is contradicted. Although he is the oldest of all living entities, he has his eternal form as a fresh youth. The exact words used in his connection in Srimad Bhagavatam are Vijnanam Ajnana Bheda Pamarjanam. Vijnana means transcendental knowledge of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Vijnanam is also experienced knowledge. Transcendental knowledge has to be accepted by the descending process of disciplic succession, as Brahma presents the knowledge of Krishna in the Brahma Samhita. The Brahma Samhita is Vijnanam, as realized by Brahma's transcendental experience, and in that way he presented the form and pastimes of Krishna in the transcendental abode. This knowledge is Ajnana Bhidapamarjanam, that which can smash all kinds of speculation and ignorance. People are imagining the form of the Lord. Sometimes he has no form and sometimes he has a form, according to their different imaginations. But the presentation of Krishna in the Brahma Samhita is Vijnanam, scientific, experienced knowledge given by Lord Brahma and accepted by Lord Chaitanya. There is no doubt about it. Krishna's form, Krishna's flute, Krishna's color, everything is reality. Here it is said that this Vijnanam is always defeating all kinds of speculative knowledge. Therefore, without your appearing as Krishna, as you are, neither Ajnana be Daparmarganam, destruction of the nescience of speculative knowledge, nor Vijnanam would be realized. In other words, your appearance will vanquish the ignorance of speculative knowledge and establish the real experienced knowledge of authorities, like Lord Brahma. Men influenced by the three modes of material nature imagine their own God according to the modes of material nature. In this way, God is presented in various ways, but your appearance will establish what the real form of God is.
The highest blunder committed by the impersonalists is to think that when the incarnation of God comes, he accepts the form of matter in the mode of goodness. Actually, the form of Krishna or Narayan is transcendental to any material idea. Even the greatest impersonalist, Shankaracharya, has admitted Narayana Paro Vyaktat. The material creation is caused by the avyakta impersonal manifestation of matter, or the non-phenomenal total reservoir of matter. But Krishna is transcendental to that material conception. That is expressed in Srimad Bhagavatam as Shuddha Sattva, or transcendental goodness. He does not belong to the material mode of goodness, and he is above the position of material goodness. He belongs to the transcendental eternal status of bliss and knowledge. Dear Lord, when you appear in your different incarnations, you take different names and forms according to the different situations. Lord Krishna is your name because you are all attractive. You are called Shyamasundar because of your transcendental beauty. Shyama means blackish, yet it is said that you are more beautiful than thousands of cupids. Kandarpa Koti Kamaniya. Although you appear in a color which is compared to the blackish cloud, because you are the transcendental absolute, your beauty is many, many times more attractive than the delicate body of Cupid. Sometimes you are called Giridhari because you lifted the hill known as Govardhan. You are sometimes called Nandan Nandana or Vasudeva or Devaki Nandana because you appear as the son of Maharaj Nanda or Vasudeva or Devaki. Impersonalists think that your many names or forms are given according to a particular type of work and quality because they accept you from the position of material observer. Our dear Lord, the way of understanding is not to study your absolute nature, form, and activities by mental speculation. One must engage himself in devotional service. Then one can understand your absolute nature and your transcendental form, name, and qualities. Actually, only a person who has little taste for the service of your lotus feet can understand your transcendental nature or form and qualities. Others may go on speculating for millions of years, but it is not possible for them to understand even a single part of your actual position. In other words, the Supreme Personality of Godhead Krishna cannot be understood by the non-devotees because there is a curtain of Yogamaya which covers Krishna's actual features. As confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, Naham Prakashaha Sarvasya, the Lord says, I am not exposed to anyone and everyone. When Krishna came, he was actually present on the battlefield of Kurukshetra, and everyone saw him. But not everyone could understand that he was the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Still, everyone who died in his presence attained complete liberation from material bondage and was transferred to the spiritual world. O Lord, the impersonalists or non-devotees cannot understand that your name is identical with your form. Since the Lord is absolute, there is no difference between his name and his actual form. In the material world, there is a difference between form and name. The mango fruit is different from the name of the mango. One cannot taste the mango fruit simply by chanting mango, mango, mango. But the devotee who knows that there is no difference between the name and the form of the Lord chants Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, and realizes that he is always in Krishna's company.
For persons who are not very advanced in absolute knowledge of the Supreme, Lord Krishna exhibits his transcendental pastimes. Such persons can simply think of the pastimes of the Lord and get full benefit. Since there's no difference between the transcendental name and form of the Lord, there's no difference between the transcendental pastimes and the form of the Lord. For those who are less intelligent, like women, laborers, or the mercantile class, the great sage Vyasadeva wrote the Mahabharata. In the Mahabharata, Krishna is present in his different activities. The Mahabharata is history, and simply by studying, hearing, and memorizing the transcendental activities of Krishna, the less intelligent can also gradually rise to the standard of pure devotees. The pure devotees, who are always absorbed in the thought of the transcendental lotus feet of Krishna and who are always engaged in devotional service and full Krishna consciousness, are never to be considered to be in the material world. Srila Rupa Goswami has explained that those who are always engaged in Krishna's consciousness with body, mind, and activities are to be considered liberated even within this body. This is confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita. Those who are engaged in devotional service of the Lord have already transcended the material position. Krishna appears in order to give a chance to both the devotees and the non-devotees for realization of the ultimate goal of life. The devotees get the direct chance to see him and worship him. Those who are not on that platform get the chance to become acquainted with his activities and thus become elevated to the same position. Our dear Lord, O Supreme Controller, when you appear on earth, all the demons like Kamsa and Jarasandha will be vanquished, and all good fortune will be ushered into the world. When you walk on the globe, your lotus feet will impress on the ground the marks of your souls, such as the flag, the trident, and the thunderbolt. Thus, you will grace both the earth and us on the heavenly planets who shall see those marks. Our dear Lord, the demigods continued, you are unborn, therefore we do not find any reason for your appearance other than for your pleasurable pastimes. Although the reason for the appearance of the Lord is stated in the Bhagavad Gita, he descends just to give protection to the devotees and vanquish the non-devotees. Actually, he descends for his pleasure meeting with the devotees, not really to vanquish the non-devotees. The non-devotees can be vanquished simply by one kick of material nature. The actions and reactions of material nature, creation, maintenance, and annihilation, are being carried out automatically. But simply by taking shelter of your holy name, the devotees are fully protected, because your holy name and your personality are non-different. The protection of the devotees and the annihilation of the non-devotees are actually not the business of the Supreme Personality of Godhead. When he descends, it is just for his transcendental pleasure. There cannot be any other reason for his appearance. Our dear Lord, you are appearing as the best of the Yadu dynasty, and we are offering our respectful, humble obeisances unto your lotus feet. Before this appearance, you also appeared as the fish incarnation, as the horse incarnation, as the tortoise incarnation, as the half-man, half-lion incarnation, as the boar incarnation, as the swan incarnation, as King Ramachandra, as Parashurama, and as many other incarnations. You appeared just to protect the devotees, and we request you, in your present appearance, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead himself, to give us similar protection all over the three worlds, and remove all obstacles for a peaceful execution of our lives. Dear Mother Devaki, within your womb is the Supreme Personality of Godhead, appearing along with his plenary extensions. He is the original personality of Godhead, appearing for our welfare. Therefore, you should not be afraid of your brother, the king of Bhoja. Your son, Lord Krishna, who is the original personality of Godhead, will appear for the protection of the pious Yadu dynasty. The Lord is appearing not alone, but accompanied by his immediate plenary portion, Baladev. Devaki was very much afraid of her brother, Kamsa, because he had already killed so many of her children. So she was very anxious about Krishna. In the Vishnu Purana, it is stated that in order to pacify Devaki, all the demigods, along with their wives, used to visit her to encourage her not to be afraid that her son would be killed by Kamsa. Krishna, who was within her womb, was to appear not only to diminish the burden of the world, but specifically to protect the interests of the Yadu dynasty, and certainly to protect Devaki and Vasudeva. It is understood that Krishna had been transferred from the mind of Vasudeva to the mind of Devaki, and from there to her womb. Thus all the demigods worshipped Devaki, the mother of Krishna. After thus worshipping the transcendental form of the Lord, all the demigods, with Lord Brahma and Lord Shiva placed in front, departed for their heavenly abodes. Thus ends the Bhaktivedanta purport of the second chapter of Krishna, prayers by the demigods for Lord Krishna in the womb.
The birth of Lord Krishna. In the Bhagavad Gita, the Lord says that his appearance, birth and activities are all transcendental, and that one who understands them factually becomes immediately eligible to be transferred to the spiritual world. The Lord's appearance or birth is not like that of an ordinary man, who is forced to accept a material body according to his past deeds. The Lord's appearance is explained in the second chapter. He appears out of his own sweet pleasure. When the time was mature for the appearance of the Lord, the constellations became very auspicious. The astrological influence of the star known as Rohini was predominant. This star, considered to be very auspicious and is under the direct supervision of Brahma. Under the astrological conclusion, besides the proper situation of the stars, there are auspicious and inauspicious moments due to the different situations of different planetary systems. At the time of Krishna's birth, planetary systems were automatically adjusted so that everything became auspicious. At that time, in all directions, east, west, south, north, everywhere, there was an atmosphere of peace and prosperity. There were auspicious stars visible in the sky and on the surface of the earth, in all towns and villages and pasturing grounds and within the minds of everyone. There were signs of good fortune. The rivers were full of flowing waters, and the lakes were beautifully decorated with lotus flowers. The forests were full with beautiful birds and peacocks. All the birds within the forest began to sing with sweet voices, and the peacocks began to dance, along with their consorts. The wind blew very pleasantly, carrying the aroma of different flowers, and the sensation of bodily touch was very pleasing. At home, the Brahmanas, who were accustomed to offering sacrifices in the fire, found their homes very pleasant for offerings. Due to disturbances created by the demoniac kings, the sacrificial fire had been almost stopped in the houses of the Brahmanas. But now they could find the opportunity to start the fire peacefully. Being forbidden to offer sacrifices, the Brahmanas had been very much distressed in mind, intelligence, and activities. But just on point on Krishna's appearance, automatically their mind became full of joy because they could hear transcendental vibrations in the sky proclaiming the appearance of the Supreme Personality of Godhead.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna. सब लोग आइए भाई. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. सब लोग आइए. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. Govinda Madhava Gopala Keshava Govinda Madhava Gopala Keshava Govinda Madhava Gopala Keshava Jayananda Mukunda Nanda Govinda Radhe Gopala Jayananda Mukunda Nanda Govinda Radhe Gopala Govinda Madhava Gopala Keshava Govinda Madhava Gopala Keshava Jayananda Mukunda Nanda Govinda Radhe Gopala Giridhari Jaya Radhe Gopala Giridhari Jaya Radhe Gopala Giridhari Jaya Radhe Gopala Ghanasham Sham 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 Ghanasham Sham Sham Radhe Radhe Gopala Giridhari Jaya Radhe Gopala Giridhari Jaya Radhe Gopala Ghanasham Sham 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 Ghanasham Sham Sham Jaya Radhe Gopala Govinda Madhava Gopala Keshava Govinda Madhava Gopala Keshava Jaya Nanda Mukunda Nanda Govinda Radhe Gopala Jaya Nanda Mukunda Nanda Govinda Radhe Gopala Govinda Madhava Gopala केशव गोविन्द माधव गोपाल केशव कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव पाहि मां कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव पाहि मां राम राघव राम राघव राम राघव रक्ष मां राम राघव राम राघव राम राघव रक्ष मां कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव पाहि मां कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव कृष्ण केशव पाहि मां Everyone repeat please. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava pahi mam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava pahi mam. Ram Raghava, Ram Raghava, Ram Raghava Rakshamam. 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 Krishna 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 He 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 Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Rakshamam. Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Ram Raghava Rakshamam. Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava pahi mam. Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava pahi mam. Krishna Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava Pahi Mam. Bolo bolo. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava Pahi Mam. Ram Raghava, Ram Raghava, Ram Raghava Rakshamam. 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 Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava Rakshamam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava Rakshamam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava Pahi Mam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava Pahi Mam. Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava, Krishna Keshava Pahi Mam. Ram Raghava, Ram Raghava, Ram Raghava Rakshamam. Hare Krishna Mahamantra is the easy form of deliverance in this age of Kali. As per Kali Santaran Upanishad, Hare Nam, Hare Nam, Hare Nam eva kevalam, Kalo nasti eva gati anyatha. It's easy to be delivered by chanting holy names of the Lord. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Bolo bolo. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram Hare Rama, Ram Ram Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, गाओ भाई गाओ, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, गाओ भाई, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. One more, just one more. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare. Sing. Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare, Hare Ram 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 Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. You want to sing, right? You can go ahead and sing. Thank you.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, oh, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, oh, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare.
Do whatever you want. Huh?
Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare, yeah, but then we have to go one scale. Oh, you want to do the Hare part? Hare, no. Hare, Hare Krishna, no. We have to go one scale lower. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna yeah Rama Rama Hare Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Manmohan Radha Madan Mohan Shri Radhe Jaya Radha Madan Mohan Shri Radhe Jaya Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Jaya Guru Deva Srila Guru Deva Nita Gora Hariba Nita Gora Hariba Gaur Premanande Hariba
Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Om Namo Bhagavate Vasudevaya. Narayanam Namaskritya Naram Chaiva Narottamam Deving Saraswating Vyasang Tato Jayam Udirayet Nashtaprayeshu Bhadreshu Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya Bhagavati Uttama Shloke Bhaktir Bhavati Nayashtaki. I'm going to read a little bit from chapter 10 of Bhagavad Gita about how Krishna is unborn. Maybe we'll read the whole chapter, huh? There are two Bhagavats. This is too loud, is there? Can someone turn it down a bit? Actually, there's more than two Bhagavats. On the one hand, there's two Bhagavats, the book Bhagavata and the person Bhagavata. But there's also whatever the descriptions of Krishna's activities, that's Bhagavatam, and Krishna's own instructions. Switch this out. Hare Krishna. I'll just hold it. Let me see. I guess that works. So, the Bhagavad Gita is also Bhagavatam because it is Krishna's own instructions. So, chapter 10 of Bhagavad Gita. Shri Bhagavan Uvacha Bhuya eva mahabaho shrinu me paramang vachaha yatte ahang priyamanaya vakshyami hitakamyaya. The Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Listen again, O mighty armed Arjuna. Because you are my dear friend, for your benefit I shall speak to you further, giving knowledge that is better than what I have already explained." If anyone wants to stop and raise a hand, share a realization, or ask a question or a comment, please go ahead and do that. Purport by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada. The word Bhagavan is explained thus by Parashara Muni: one who is full in 6 opulences, who has full strength, full fame, wealth, knowledge, beauty, and renunciation, is Bhagavan, or the Supreme Personality of Godhead. While Krishna was present on this earth, he displayed all 6 opulences. Therefore, great sages like Parashara Muni have all accepted Krishna as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. Now, Krishna is instructing Arjuna in more confidential knowledge of his opulences and his work. Previously, beginning with the 7th chapter, the Lord has already explained his different energies and how they are acting. Now, in this chapter, he explains his specific opulences to Arjuna. In the previous chapters, he has clearly explained his different energies to establish devotion in firm conviction. Again, in this chapter, he tells Arjuna about his manifestations and various opulences. The more one hears about the Supreme God, the more one becomes fixed in devotional service. One should always hear about the Lord in the association of devotees. That will enhance one's devotional service. Discourses in the society of devotees can take place only among those who are really anxious to be in Krishna consciousness. Others cannot take part in such discourses. The Lord clearly tells Arjuna that because Arjuna is very dear to him, for his benefit, such discourses are taking place. Sometimes non-devotees try to comment on Bhagavad Gita, but Krishna repeatedly says that it's only for devotees. Text 2. Name viduh suraganaha prabhavang namaharshayaha ahamadir hi devanang maharshinang chasarvashaha. Neither the hosts of demigods nor the great sages know my origin or opulences, for in every respect I am the source of the demigods and sages. Purport. As stated in Brahma Samhita, Lord Krishna is the Supreme Lord. No one is greater than him. He is the cause of all causes. Here it is also stated by the Lord personally that he is the cause of all the demigods and sages. Even the demigods and great sages cannot understand Krishna. they can understand neither his name nor his personality. So what is the position of the so-called scholars of this tiny planet? No one can understand why this Supreme God comes to earth as an ordinary human being and executes such wonderful, uncommon activities. One should know then that scholarship is not the qualification necessary to understand Krishna. Even the demigods and the great sages have tried to understand Krishna by their mental speculation, and they have failed to do so. In the Srimad Bhagavatam also, it is clearly said that even the great demigods are not able to understand the Supreme Personality of Godhead. They can speculate to the limits of their imperfect senses and can reach the opposite conclusion of impersonalism, of something not manifested by the three qualities of material nature, or they can imagine something by mental speculation, but it is not possible to understand Krishna by such foolish speculation. So if even the demigods can't understand Krishna by such foolish speculation. And in the Srimad Bhagavatam, after Lord Brahma steals the cows and calves, then he comes back and he sees that all the cowherd boys are really Narayans and they're all circumambulating this little boy Krishna. And then, he sees this amazing display of Krishna's opulences. Then he says, someone may say they understand something about Krishna, but as for me, right, Lord Brahma himself, the first created being in the universe, he says, as for me, I can't understand even a drop of Krishna. I can only wish that I could become born as a resident of Vrindavan and serve his devotees. They're so dear to him. Here, Lord Krishna indirectly says that if anyone wants to know the absolute truth, quote, here I am, present as the Supreme Personality of Godhead. I am the Supreme, unquote. One should know this. Although one cannot understand the inconceivable Lord who is personally present, he nonetheless exists. We can actually understand Krishna, who is eternal, full of bliss and knowledge, simply by studying his words in Bhagavad Gita and Srimad Bhagavatam. The conception of God as some ruling power or as the impersonal Brahman can be reached by persons who are in the inferior energy of the Lord, but the personality of Godhead cannot be conceived unless one is in the transcendental position. Because most men cannot understand Krishna in his actual situation, out of his causeless mercy, he descends to show favor to such speculators. Okay, now we're hearing something about why Krishna descends, right? To show mercy to these speculators. Yet, despite the Supreme Lord's uncommon activities, these speculators, due to contamination in the material nature, still think that the impersonal Brahman is the Supreme. Only the devotees who are fully surrendered unto the Supreme Lord can understand, by the grace of the Supreme Personality, that he is Krishna. The devotees of the Lord do not bother about the impersonal Brahman conception of God. Their faith and devotion bring them to surrender immediately unto the Supreme Lord, and out of the causeless mercy of Krishna, they can understand Krishna. No one else can understand him. So even great sages agree. What is Atma? What is the Supreme? It is he whom we have to worship. Text 3. Yomam ajam anading cha veti loka maheshwaram asamudhak samartyeshu sarva papaik pramuchyate. He who knows me as the unborn, as the beginningless, as the Supreme Lord of all the worlds, he only, undiluted among men, is free from all sins. Purport. As stated in the 7th chapter, 7.3, Manushyanang sahasreshu kaschid yatati siddhaye. Those who are trying to elevate themselves to the platform of spiritual realization are not ordinary men. They are superior to millions and millions of ordinary men who have no knowledge of spiritual realization. But out of those actually trying to understand their spiritual situation, one who can come to the understanding that Krishna is the Supreme Personality of Godhead the proprietor of everything, the unborn, is the most successful spiritually realized person. In that stage only, when one has fully understood Krishna's supreme position, can one become free completely from all sinful reactions. Here the Lord is described by the word aja, meaning unborn. But he is distinct from the living entities who are described in the second chapter as aja. The Lord is different from the living entities who are taking birth and dying due to material attachment. The conditioned souls are changing their bodies, but his body is not changeable. Even when he comes to this material world, he comes as the same unborn. Therefore, in the fourth chapter, it is said that the Lord, by his internal potency, is not under this inferior material energy, but is always in the superior energy. Who knows that verse? Ajopi sanavyayatma bhutanam ishvaropi bhutanopi prakriting swamadishtaya sambhavam yatma mayaya. He comes in his own form by his own internal energy. Yada yada hi dharmasya glanir bhavati bharata abhyutanam adharmasya tadatmanam shuchamyam. In this verse, the words Veti Loka Maheshwaram indicate that one should know that Lord Krishna is the supreme proprietor of the planetary systems of the universe. He was existing before the creation, and he is different from his creation. All the demigods were created within this material world, but as far as Krishna is concerned, it is said that he is not created. Therefore, Krishna is different even from the great demigods like Brahma and Shiva. And because he is the creator of Brahma, Shiva, and all the other demigods, he is the supreme person of all planets, Sarvaloka Maheshwaram. Sri Krishna is therefore different from everything that is created, and anyone who knows him as such immediately becomes liberated from all sinful reactions. One must be liberated from all sinful activities to be in the knowledge of the Supreme Lord. Only by devotional service can he be known, and not by any other means, as stated in Bhagavad Gita. Who knows a verse that says that? I can think of at least one. Bhaktya tvananya ya shakya hamevang vidhorjuna gyatung drastung chitatvena praveshtum. What is it? Bhaktya mama bijanati yavanyaschasmi tatvataha tato mang tatvato gyatva vishate tadanantaram. You can enter into the kingdom of God. Right? Yeah. So at the end of chapter 11 also, he's saying that only by devoid devotional service can you see this beautiful two-armed form he's showing to Arjuna, that he says that the demigods are always hankering to see, but they don't have a chance. One should not try to understand Krishna as a human being. As stated previously, only a foolish person thinks him to be a human being. This is again expressed here in a different way. A man who is not foolish, who is intelligent enough to understand the constitutional position of Godhead, is always free from all sinful reactions. If Krishna is known as the son of Devaki, then how can he be unborn? That's a good question for Janmashtami, right? That is also explained in Srimad Bhagavatam. When he appeared before Devaki and Vasudeva, he was not born as an ordinary child. He appeared in his original form, and then he transformed himself into an ordinary child. Anything done under the direction of Krishna is transcendental. It cannot be contaminated by material reactions, which may be auspicious or inauspicious. The conception that there are things auspicious and inauspicious in the material world is more or less a mental concoction, because there is nothing auspicious in the material world. In the Shakespearean play Hamlet, he tells his friend Horatio that nothing is either good or bad, but thinking makes it so. Right? It arises from sense perception. Heat and cold, happiness and distress. Matra sparshastu kunteya. Everything is inauspicious because the very material nature is inauspicious. We simply imagine it to be auspicious. Real auspiciousness depends on activities in Krishna consciousness in full devotion and service. Therefore, if we at all want our activities to be auspicious, then we should work under the directions of the Supreme Lord. Such directions are given in authoritative scriptures such as Srimad Bhagavatam and Bhagavad Gita, or from a bona fide spiritual master. Because the spiritual master is the representative of the Supreme Lord, his direction is directly the direction of the Supreme Lord. The spiritual master, saintly persons, and scriptures direct in the same way. There is no contradiction in these three sources. All actions done under such direction are free from the reactions of pious or impious activities of this material world. The transcendental attitude of the devotee in the performance of activities is actually that of renunciation, and that is called sannyas. As stated in the first verse of the 6th chapter of Bhagavad Gita, one who acts as a matter of duty because he has been ordered to do so by the Supreme Lord, and who does not seek shelter in the fruits of his activities, anashrita karma palang, is a true renouncer. Anyone acting under the direction of the Supreme Lord is actually a sannyasi and a yogi, and not the man who has simply taken the dress of the sannyasi or a pseudo-yogi. Any questions or comments? Anashrita karma palang karyad karmang kroti yaha sasannyasi cha yogi cha na niragnir na chakriyaha. Not one who lights no fire and performs no work. The 18th chapter of Bhagavad Gita is called The Perfection of Renunciation. It's the conclusion. All these things are summed up and explained very properly in Vata. Texts 4 and 5. Buddhir jnanam asamoha kshama satyang damakshamaha sukhang dukhang bhavo bhavo bhayang cha bhayameva cha ahimsa samata tushtis tapodanang yasho yashaha bhavanti bhava bhutanam mata eva pritag vidhaha. Intelligence, knowledge, freedom from doubt and delusion, forgiveness, truthfulness, control of the senses, control of the mind, happiness and distress, birth, death, fear, fearlessness, nonviolence, equanimity, satisfaction, austerity, charity, fame and infamy, all these various qualities of living beings are created by me alone. Purport: the different qualities of living entities, be they good or bad, are all created by Krishna, and they are described here. Intelligence refers to the power to analyze things in their proper perspective, and knowledge refers to understanding what is spirit and what is matter. Ordinary knowledge obtained by a university education pertains only to matter, and it is not accepted here as knowledge. Knowledge means knowing the distinction between spirit and matter. In modern education, there is no knowledge about spirit. They are simply taking care of the material elements and bodily needs. Therefore, academic knowledge is not complete. Asamoha, freedom from doubt and delusion, can be achieved when one is not hesitant and when he understands the transcendental philosophy. Slowly but surely, he becomes free from bewilderment. Nothing should be accepted blindly. Everything should be accepted with care and with caution. Sometimes Devamrita Swami says that in Christianity they put a lot of focus on that if you believe, you're saved because you believe in something that you don't really understand, or, a leap in the dark, some kind of faith in something. Of course, Shraddha, Srila Prabhupada sometimes describes as faith in something sublime, and it's required in devotional service, but it's developed by actual realization and experience as one develops in one's devotional service. So Devamrita Swami is making a point that it's not something that's blind faith is not recommended. Everything should be accepted with care and with caution. Kshama, tolerance and forgiveness, should be practiced. One should be tolerant and excuse the minor offenses of others. Satyam, truthfulness, means the facts should be presented as they are for the benefit of others. Facts should not be misrepresented. According to social conventions, it is said that one can speak the truth only when it is palatable to others. But that is not truthfulness. The truth should be spoken in a straightforward way so that others will understand actually what the facts are. If a man is a thief, and if people are warned that he is a thief, that is truth. Although sometimes the truth is unpalatable, one should not refrain from speaking it. Truthfulness demands that the facts be presented as they are for the benefit of others. That is the definition of truth. Control of the senses means that the senses should not be used for unnecessary personal enjoyment. There is no prohibition against meeting the proper needs of the senses, but unnecessary sense enjoyment is detrimental for spiritual advancement. Therefore, the senses should be restrained from unnecessary use. Similarly, one should restrain the mind from unnecessary thoughts. That is called shama. One should not spend one's time pondering over earning money. That is a misuse of the thinking power. The mind should be used to understand the prime necessity of human beings, and that should be presented authoritatively. The power of thought should be developed in association with persons who are authorities in the scriptures, saintly persons and spiritual masters, and those whose thinking is highly developed. Sukham, pleasure or happiness, should always be in that which is favorable for the cultivation of spiritual knowledge of Krishna consciousness. And similarly, that which is painful or which causes distress is that which is unfavorable for the cultivation of Krishna consciousness. Anything favorable for the development of Krishna consciousness should be accepted, and anything unfavorable should be rejected. Therefore, fasting on Janmashtami should be accepted because it's favorable for Krishna consciousness, even though our stomach may tell us, no, don't do this. Bhava, birth, should be understood to refer to the body. As far as the soul is concerned, there is neither birth nor death. That we have discussed in the beginning of the Bhagavad Gita. Birth and death apply to one's embodiment in the material world. Fear is due to worrying about the future. A person in Krishna consciousness has no fear because by his activities he is sure to go back to the spiritual sky, back home, back to Godhead. Therefore, his future is very bright. Others, however, do not know what their future holds. They have no knowledge of what the next life holds. So, they are therefore in constant anxiety. If we want to get free from anxiety, then, the best course is to understand Krishna and be situated always in Krishna consciousness. In that way, we will be free from all fear. Actually, there's an epidemic of anxiety, and all the psychiatrists are prescribing medicines like Xanax and things because people have panic attacks. They feel like they're having a heart attack. They can hardly breathe because they're in so much anxiety, because this material world is crushing everybody except for the devotees. If we want to get free from anxiety, then the best course is to understand Krishna and be situated always in Krishna consciousness. In that way, we will be free from all fear. In the Srimad Bhagavatam, it is stated, Bhayang dvitiya bhiniveshatak syat. Fear is caused by our absorption in the illusory energy. But those who are free from the illusory energy, those who are confident that they are not the material body, that they are spiritual parts of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and who therefore are engaged in the transcendental service of the Supreme Godhead, have nothing to fear. Their future is very, very bright. This fear is a condition of persons who are not in Krishna consciousness. Abhayam, fearlessness, is possible only for one in Krishna consciousness. Ahimsa, nonviolence, means that one should not do anything which will put others into misery or confusion. Material activities that are promised by so many politicians, sociologists, philanthropists, etc., do not produce very good results because the politicians and philanthropists have no transcendental vision. They do not know what is actually beneficial for the human society. Ahimsa means that people should be trained in such a way that the full utilization of the human body can be achieved. The human body is meant for spiritual realization, so any movement or any commissions which do not further that end commit violence to the human body. That which furthers future spiritual happiness of the people in general is called non-violence. This is an interesting definition of ahimsa that Srila Prabhupada explains to us. Elsewhere he explains that it's violent for devotees who know the truth not to try to help others by preaching Krishna consciousness and distributing books. Samatha, equanimity, refers to freedom from attachment and aversion. To be very much attached or to be very much detached is not the best. The material world should be accepted without attachment or aversion. That which is favorable for prosecuting Krishna consciousness should be accepted. That which is unfavorable should be rejected. That is called samatha, equanimity. A person in Krishna consciousness has nothing to reject and nothing to accept, save in terms of its usefulness in the prosecution of Krishna consciousness. Haribol. Tushti, satisfaction, means that one should not be eager to gather more and more material goods by unnecessary activity. One should be satisfied with whatever is obtained by the grace of the Supreme Lord. That is called satisfaction. Tapas means austerity or penance. There are many rules and regulations in the Vedas which apply here, like rising early in the morning and taking a bath. Sometimes it is very troublesome to rise early in the morning, but whatever voluntary trouble one may suffer in this way is called penance. Similarly, there are prescriptions for fasting on certain days of the month. Haribol. Similarly, there are prescriptions, I'll read that again, for fasting on certain days of the month, and also on certain days of the year, like Janmashtami. One may not be inclined to practice such fasting, but because of his determination to make advancement in the science of Krishna consciousness, he should accept such bodily troubles when they are recommended. However, one should not fast unnecessarily or against Vedic injunctions. One should not fast for some political purpose. That is described in Bhagavad Gita as fasting in ignorance. And anything done in ignorance or passion does not lead to spiritual advancement. Everything done in the mode of goodness does advance one, however, and fasting done in terms of Vedic injunctions enriches one in spiritual knowledge. As far as charity is concerned, one should give 50% of his earnings to some good cause. And what is a good cause? It is that which is conducted in terms of Krishna consciousness. That is not only a good cause, but the best cause. Because Krishna is good, his cause is also good. Thus, charity should be given to a person who is engaged in Krishna consciousness. According to the Vedic literature, it is enjoined that charity should be given to the Brahmanas. This practice is still followed, although not very nicely in terms of the Vedic injunctions. But still, the injunction is that charity should be given to the Brahmanas. Why? Because they are engaged in higher cultivation of spiritual knowledge. A Brahmana is supposed to devote his whole life to understanding Brahman. Brahma janatiti brahmanaha. One who knows Brahman is called a Brahmana. Thus, charity offered to the Brahmanas is offered to the Brahmanas because they are always engaged in higher spiritual service and have no time to earn their livelihood. In the Vedic literature, charity is also to be awarded to one in the renounced order of life, the sannyasi. The sannyasis beg from door to door, not for money, but for missionary purposes. The system is that they go from door to door to awaken the householders